Hello, everybody! It has been a while since I last saw all of your beautiful faces. I hope this week has been well for all of you, and thanks for tuning in. For those of you that are new here, my name is Graham or Graham Crackers, and this is my channel. And I am often joined here by lovely, lovely friends from all over the world and all over the internet who play TTRPGs with me. How lucky am I to use them for my own monetary gain? But tonight we are resuming our campaign of Goldshine Investigations, our 5e homebrew campaign, episode 49, I believe, of season 2, where we are at a festival. Well, I mean, episode 49, but season 2 of the show. My bad. But today well, I'm always named Graham, but today I'm playing Gaheris Nervos, your tiefling paladin Oath of Conquest, and I am joined by a lovely cast. Say hello, lovely cast.
Hey, I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, the Water Genasi cleric rogue of a few talents. And I shall be passing it off to...
Sorry, lost where the mute button was. Hi, everybody. It's me, Kari. I'll be playing Israel, the half-elf Fae-Pact warlock. And it's great to see everybody. I'm super excited.
Hello, lovely cast. See, I know how to follow instructions, not like the rest of you. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I have a bit of a cold today, but I'm going to power through, so if I'm a little sniffly, that's why. But I'm going to be playing Griaz Bramblepelt, the druid rogue bugbear hugbear, and I'm excited to be back for some Mimic Roulette. And I'll pass it off to the effervescent Jeremy.
Well, thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I will be playing Ivron Blackmont, the Oath of Devotion Paladin, Protector Asimar, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this party ventures tonight and how they fare in Mimic Roulette. Last but not least, I pass it off to our wonderful GM.
That's me. Hello, lovely cast. Derek, you beat me to it. I'm Matt, your DM. I'll be playing everyone else. So, are we ready to resume the Goldshine investigations, or the Goldshine vacations, as it were? As usual, roll 20 for music, if that means anything to you. When we last left off, the party continued relaxing a little bit in Veilbright after their hard journey through the realm of Nightmare. Taking some time off to enjoy the Winter Festival, an annual celebration taking place in whatever city in Mazai feels like hosting it. The festival will be going on for 2 weeks, and the party intends to stay for about at least a fourth of the festivities before continuing their work across the region. At this moment, the party finds themselves reuniting in the Lucky Griffin. Griaz and Utaka have just gone on a spree, filching the loot off of all the adventurers and strange folk that have come to enjoy the festival. Israel and Gaheris had a lovely time starting and ending Snow War 1. And Ivron and Detective Polendina Mistra are having a lovely night on the town. And as you all regroup in the Lucky Griffin, the round of Mimic Roulette that was currently going has come to an end, and they are taking comers who wish to join the game. With that, Quincy takes off their hat and gestures to the large central table they have set up in the middle of the Lucky Griffin, and 1 gold in the pot for participating. Who would like to join for this round?
Yeah, hell yeah. Harris, you in on this one? Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah, all right. He's just gonna look a coin into the pot.
All right, and Gray, as you do that, you see the halfling young man that you and Utaka have been tailing for the festival, seeing him as a potential mark, also slide a coin into the pot and happily sit down in one of the chairs with his fingers steepled and chin resting on his fingers as he looks you up and down with a wide smile.
How many chairs are there? Is this a 2-player game?
In total, you notice there are 10 chairs circling the table. And you would know from being here while the game was being played that if you make it to the next round, you have to ante up again. But whoever wins takes the whole thing.
Graham, they might be having audio issues with
I fixed it. I had turned
Okay.
off my audio while everyone was doing their introductions. It's okay.
Well,
All I said was I'll foot the bill.
Since there are so many empty chairs and Yaharis is looking awfully chicken right now, Utaka's gonna kind of go over and kind of elbow him a little. You come here to play, right? Yeah, you.
As you can see, I have. Wait, did I set Israel down, or am I still carrying Israel? I guess is my.
Oh no, you set her down. She's like sitting at a table real quick, and then she
Okay.
I think got up to like look for if anyone's playing music. Like she's just around. She's in the tavern. I think she might have gotten to get a drink.
Have they explained the rules to Mimic Roulette yet? I know that we caught the end of the last round.
Yeah, you caught
but-
the end of it. They have not explained the rules yet, as it seems they'll likely do that when the game starts. But you would know from what you got a glimpse of when you came in that the basics of the game is that if you can't hold your drink, or it turns out your tankard is a mimic and bites you, you're out.
Can you drink from a mimic? What happens if you bite into the mimic?
Nobody's tried, at least not that you saw.
I'm pretty sure the mimic bites you back, so wouldn't be too worried about that.
Yeah, that's fair. I suppose that I can play one round.
If you're scared of fucking up your pretty little face, I can fix it after.
I'm scared of nothing.
Of course you aren't.
It is just a matter of, do I think I can win?
You never played a game you weren't gonna win. Why'd you play me in cards?
Is that fair? But the cards is a friendly game. Mimics, I'm not sure if Zay knows the rules.
Utaka looks suspicious at the assumption that cards is a friendly game, but kind of shrug. Fine. Let Griaz down, I guess.
I would never? How dare you even say such a presumptuous thing?
And yet...
I will throw a gold into the pot. I will slam down into a seat.
All right, and Harris, as you sit down across from you, Captain Buckler takes a seat, seeming relatively indifferent, but giving a smile as she flicks a gold coin into the pot. All right, does anyone else in the party intend to join the game of Mimic Roulette? Or
Ivron and Mistra, are they in the tavern?
yeah, everyone has regrouped in the tavern at this point, so yeah.
I will slide over towards... Ooh, what's her name? Ulysses. And kind of cross my arms. If there's anything to lean against, lean on it.
Yeah. Something I can help you with, darling?
Nah, just looked like you had good view.
She chuckles and gives a nod to Gaharis and Griaz sitting down. Oh, this will be entertaining, if nothing else.
You want to make a bet?
You see her kind of raise an eyebrow. Is it true that one of them talks to mimics? I feel like it's a bit of an unfair advantage.
Yeah. You kind of Don't go saying that. You gotta let him swindle the table.
I didn't say which one.
Uh-huh.
Besides, this is a festival for adventurers. I bet half these people talk to mimics.
That's actually horrifying.
If you think that's bad, that's nothing compared to what these people do to dragons.
He kind of like turns and gives her like the what?
Israel on her way back from the bar just like pats him on the shoulder like, you don't want to know. And keeps going.
Are you playing?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. As she just drinks her drink and crosses the tavern to where music's playing.
Before like anything gets started, like as Griaz is walking over, he's gonna just kind of brush himself down real quick, and as he's doing, he's gonna cast protection from poison, and then he's also going to transfer the enhance ability and what is it, the Constitution one, which I think is Bear's Endurance.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know if like spells are off limits or anything like that, but he's going to try to rig this as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Bear's Endurance, so advantage on Constitution.
Okay, noted. So anyone else in the party intend to join? All right. Geharis and Griaz, you watch as the table relatively quickly starts to fill up. In addition to Brooke and the halfling boy, you see Ivron with Mistra at your side at the table you're sitting at to observe. The gnomish tinkerer, who you would know her name after talking with her for a while, is Fifanel, gets up to join the game along with Goldie, the small, aggressive sprite woman. And Griaz and Utaka, several other figures begin to rapidly populate the table. You recognize all of them, sans for one being the people you saw traveling with the halfling earlier today, likely his party members. And finally, sitting at the opposite direct opposite end of the table from you, Griaz, a relatively old looking man, seeming human, sits down, and initially, other than deeply tanned and wrinkled skin, nothing about him jumps out to you as particularly remarkable until you notice that one of his eyes seems perpetually shut. Likely the eye is completely missing as far as you can tell.
Or he's really bad at winking.
With that, the table appears to be as full as it can get. Quincy snaps their fingers to get everyone's attention. All right, anyone here who hasn't played before? And you notice a few of the others at the table raise their hands as well. All right, the rules are simple. My servants from the back are going to bring each of you a random drink from our stock. Whatever it is, you have to down it. If you can't down your drink, or you do down it and it knocks you out, you're out. If it turns out your tankard is the mimic, you're out. Although we will do our best to remove the mimic from your person as quickly as we can. And they... Go on. You see Quincy actually kind of like tilt their head at that. I'll be honest, nobody's ever gotten that close to a mimic without getting bitten, so...
What if you recognize the mimic and stab it before it can bite you first?
I'll tell you what. We'll let you stay in if that's the case. Somebody's bound to not be able to hold their drink, so... You managed to spot the mimic first or avoid getting bitten? I'll say that counts as a win, although it's going to be a hard sell. Mimics are hard to tell.
They sure are. He's going to pat like the belt that is Junior. It's going across his chest.
Junior kind of
I will
wiggles very
also,
lightly.
yeah, I will also I'll cast Enhance Ability at a 3rd level, so I'll also bump that Bear's Endurance over to Gaharis as well. So advantage on Constitution checks, and an additional 2d6 temporary hit points.
All right. And you notice, Griaz, with how perceptive you are, you notice several others at the table actually doing something rather similar. You see the gnomish tinkerer adjusting goggles over her eyes, and you can see the lenses very slightly zooming in and out. You can see the wizard kind of tapping the spell book at his side. I'll also say you recognize the wizard that was traveling with the halfling as being the one that Utaka stole the spell scrolls from. He does not appear to have noticed the theft just yet.
Bunch of fucking cheaters. Anyway, Junior, if you recognize any of your kin, you just give a tight little squeeze, just a couple of 2 squeezes, and that's how I will know that what the drink in front of me is a mimic, just like you. We good. Just give me a squeeze if you're good.
Yeah, the belt tightens around your chest.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right. So with the both of you having Bear's Endurance and Griaz with your mimic ace in the hole.
There's one thing I would like to do.
Go for it.
I'd like to cast Shield of Faith on myself to give myself +2 AC for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
I do also want to note that Gaharis is like hairier than normal with Bear's Endurance. Like Griaz gets like a little more like fluffed up, and Gaharis gets like Wolverine arms and just a little bit just fuzzier around the face.
Okay. All right.
Very rugged Canadian looking tiefling.
Yeah. This is Quebec.
Starts looking more like Graham.
Ah, perfect.
All right.
Bon oui.
With that, Quincy gives a nod. All right. If we're all on the same page, get prepared to drink. And if you manage to make it to the next round, you have to ante up. If you can't ante, you're out.
Are we able to raise the ante?
Quincy gives a smile and a nod. Indeed, you are.
Wonderful.
All right. With that, Quincy snaps their fingers, and you see one of their unseen servants carrying a tray of various colorful drinks towards the table. Let's begin, shall we? And they step back. Israel, as you said, you were looking for music earlier. Most of the music in the tavern right now appears to be coming from 2 satyrs playing music for the enjoyment of the Lucky Griffin. As the drinks are brought towards the table. Gaharis and Griaz, I would like you both to roll me a D100, please.
86.
95.
All right. Griaz. Griaz, with that, sat down in front of you. Very fittingly, you see a simple cask of ale sat down in front of you, which you actually recognize as being a liquor from where you come from in the Black Swamp, known simply as Bugbear's Brew.
All right. Yeah, hell yeah.
And Gaharis, what did you roll again? Sorry?
86.
Sat down in front of you. Gaharis, a almost tin bucket of this thick, green, frothy alcohol is dropped by the unseen servant in front of you. The bucket itself is almost the size of your chest, and it smells awful. What you have been served, Gaharis, is Troll Bucket Brew. I promise both of those were actually coincidences.
One of my least favorite things. But I do have a very high Constitution saving throw, so I will down it. But would you like a perception check for me to identify if it's a mimic?
Well, bear in mind, because of the mimic's camouflage trait, you couldn't, no matter how high you rolled, basically.
So does Junior indicate anything about my drink or Gaharis's?
Yeah. So you want Junior to indicate for
He's
Gaharis
kind
as
of
well?
if Gaharis is next to me, then I
Yeah.
kind of want Junior to play as ace of the hole for both of us. It's a team effort here.
Okay. No. The Junior does not squeeze for either of your drinks. So Griaz, you have Bugbear's Brew. Gaharis, you have Troll Bucket Brew. I would like both of you to make me Constitution saving throws.
The team that
Okay.
scouts together stays
So you do
together.
have a +4 to your save, Griaz.
And you have advantage.
And I've got a +8 to Constitution. For a nat 20 for 28 total.
It was a nat 20 for me too. So yeah.
Oh my god!
It was a 17 and a 20.
You guys are gonna drink these people under the table.
Well, yeah, we're
Well-
alcoholics.
Can I
Yeah,
ask,
it's also that.
how far away is Iran from the whole table?
Not too far. You're only like a table away.
So, like,
So with it,
With
I think you
10
have to be
feet?
10 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I'll say you have to scoot closer to be 10 feet, but you could move to be close enough.
I mean, it's not something Iran's consciously making a thought of, but if Iran's 10 feet close to Taka or Harris or Griaz, they automatically get another +5. So
30. Yeah. Everyone's got that party aura.
Yeah.
Ivron, you kind of like scooch a little bit closer, ostensibly just to keep a closer eye on the game, but that does spread your aura closer to them. Gaharis, you kind of like scrunch your nose at the smell of the brew. Griaz, this drink's old hat for you. You used to drink this stuff all the time. And both of you begin downing your drinks rapidly, as does everyone at the table. And sure enough, you hear the sound of a chomp, and the old man, and you see him shaking his hand with visible bite marks as the tankard hisses at him. The unseen servant picks the mimic up as Quincy pats the old man on the back. All right, sorry, man, you're out. And the old man kind of like grabbing at his hand and like wrapping it in his shirt, and you can see it like it's not bleeding heavily, but it is bleeding somewhat. And just first the glass eye, and now this. And steps away from the table.
Iran will offer to heal, lay on hands anybody that has an injury walking away. He'll
Okay.
cast a little bit of magic.
Okay.
I'm just imagining everyone goes like, "Good game, man," and just like pats them. They feel that.
The old man gives you a bow and shakes your hand as you heal him. Thank you, sir. And sits at a table to watch the game further.
Mental note that guy definitely has equinophobia.
As we go into later rounds, Utaka will be keeping an eye on some of the adventurers that earlier looked as though they had methods of discerning whether or not their drinks were mimics. And given if one of them seems to pause and be refusing to drink, because they seem to have discerned that theirs is a mimic, then he will take an action.
Okay, make me a perception check.
Okay.
Also, everyone at the table will need to ante up again unless one of you raises.
I am raising it 25 gold, and I will put 50 gold in the center. 25 for Griaz, 25 for myself.
I appreciate that because that last one gold took me down from 69 to 68. It was so nice.
The nicest.
You see all eyebrows at the table raised to the forehead as everyone kind of looks to each other, almost like, "Do we keep going?"
I mean, there is no dishonor in leaving. For the next round, the faster you leave, the faster you can get back in. That
Captain
is a
Buck.
persuasion roll to convince people to get off the table.
Oh. Make me a persuasion check at disadvantage, because as you say that, Captain Buckler speaks up and just, "I'm afraid it's not going to be that easy," and chucks 25 gold into the pot.
That is a 24.
With disadvantage.
Yeah, I have a +8 to it.
Good lord. I love how you guys roll insanely well for this.
And horse crimes.
And horse tracks.
My perception was 17.
Noted. Thank you. You notice the wizard and half elf that were traveling with the halfling both kind of glance to each other and shake their heads and slide away from the table and stand up. Although you notice the wizard kind of scowling at you, Garrus, chasing people off by raising the pot.
I mean, this was a very smart move. I was weeding out some people that wouldn't let this game get to be as high stakes as I would like it.
However, the others at the table stay and begin fishing out the gold to raise the pot.
I would like to say that upon realizing Geharris's very cocky move, Ivron is going to now try to stay somewhat hyper aware of any thieves that might be looking to pick his pocket. Because flashing that much gold in like the first round might not have been the wisest move. And not just for Ivron or Harris, I would say maybe for others as well if they're in my line of sight.
Okay. Make me a perception check. I'll include this. So Taka's looking for cheaters and you're looking for thieves.
19 for Ivron.
Okay, noted. 17, 19. All right. So the wizard and the half-elf woman leave. The rest of the table stays. And Garrus, in response to what you said, the halfling boy actually speaks up for the first time since any of you have seen him. He's this kind of scrawny, like wild-haired little halfling boy, and he leans forward with a wide smile, Garrus, and just, I couldn't agree more!
Well, time for the next round.
All right, the pot is now 235 gold.
Boy, even old enough to drink. Where's his parents?
Did you say this out loud?
Yeah, you would say it to like whoever's probably Morgan standing next to him, being like, "Who's that boy's parents? Is he even old enough to drink?"
Morgan just starts like laughing into their own drink and like trying to stifle it. The halfling does not appear to hear you. And another round of drinks is served. Griaz and Geharris, another D100, please.
57.
Okay.
7.
All right. Griaz, you are served a very friendly looking tea. It smells pleasant, seems relatively fancy. And Geharris, you are served. Give me just a minute. You are served a drink from a almost kind of like skinny corkscrew shaped silvery cask. It has a kind of odd smell to it, and it has this kind of yellowish, almost pulpy look to it. You have been served Ogre's Frankenwine.
All of these are going to mix so well in my stomach.
Both of you make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Does the mimic radar go
Yeah,
off?
any mimic activity?
No. Neither of your drinks register as mimics.
18 plus 9, that's 27, I think 26. No, 27.
27.
Yeah, also 18 plus 9, so... Yeah.
Twinsies.
Both of you start chugging your drinks. Griaz, again, it's just a pleasant tea. Geharris, yours has this kind of odd, like smoky taste to it. It's not unpleasant; it's more just startling. And you can actually feel your like mouth and throat like burn slightly as it goes down. Again, it's not awful, just more startling. It has this kind of like sparky, almost electrical taste to it.
So does this let me cast a lightning bolt once per day?
Sadly, no.
Oh, darn.
Some of them do have special effects, but no, some of these are just regular alcohols that a normal person would drink.
Yeah, summon ogre.
Yeah.
All right, and okay, so as everyone else begins to down their drinks, Utaka, as you're carefully watching the table, you notice the small, dark-haired, like dressed almost in like a very goth fashion sprite woman, kind of look her drink up and down, and you hear the rest of the table doesn't quite notice it as they're all focused on downing their drinks of various qualities. But you notice the sprite woman kind of hesitate as a very low gurgling growl echoes from under the table, like, and you kind of tilt your head down and you see a small, relatively like pygmy looking crocodile curled under her seat, likely a pet of hers that she brought with her, and she kind of hesitates as it growls, and kind of glancing around to see if anyone notices. She looks like she's edging to knock the tankard over onto it.
As she does that, I would like to take a sidestep and kind of lower my face a little so it's a little harder to see that I am mouthing something, but I would like to cast command and say drink.
Ooh, that's a wisdom save.
That is a wisdom save.
DC
15.
They do succeed the save.
Okay.
And glancing around to see if she can get away with it, she elbows the tankard so it falls over, and it falls, emptying its contents onto the crocodile, which kind of like shakes its head and hisses a little bit, and you see her kind of jump away from the tankard as it snaps at her, and she gives a polite smile as everyone finishes their drinks, and
Party foul. Boo.
I am small. I can't hold it up. What do you want me to do about it?
Use both hands like an adult.
She kind of like stares at you, and she actually looks like she's getting prepared to fight you, but Quincy puts a hand in front of her and just like, hey, let's be civil about this. No losers this round. Interesting. All right, let's keep it going then. And he claps his hands together, and the sprite just stares at you with just this burning, malicious hostility, Griaz, as she sits down and crosses her legs and waits for the next drink to be served.
I like that next time if Futaka tries that, it's just like peer pressure. It's not even command, it's just everybody going, drink, 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 like we're all in college again.
Yeah, I feel like him, because it's the word only has to be like whatever the action is, so it doesn't even seem like it would be too obvious that it is magic.
Every 6 seconds, drink, drink, drink.
If only I had that many spell slots.
Drink, bitch.
He'll be keeping an eye, see if he can pull it again.
All right, so we have to ante up.
Indeed. For everyone still at the table. People at the table are starting to look a little nervous about having to bet this much on a drinking game.
I will raise 10.
So 35 from everyone.
Yeah.
I'll say at this point, make me a persuasion check, just flat roll, because
They're already
that's
too
actually
far in.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, that's why they're willing to do it, but it's a thing of, are they willing to put even more and more
16.
and more and more?
Exactly. They're fighting their, I guess, what is it?
Cost fallacy.
Yeah,
Sunk
sunk
cost
cost fallacy there.
They're like, I
Yeah,
could
if you're
lose all
all
this
familiar
money
with
and
basic
get
economics,
that's a
I think
16.
your sunk cost fallacy. The more and more you put it, it's the brain tells us that the more we put in, the more we're supposed to get out. But that's not the way that things work. Feel free to step away now and just cut your losses.
All right, and Garrus, you ante up for yourself and Griaz?
Yep.
All right. So that's an additional bit from the two of you. All right, the pot has been doubled just from this round of bets.
The pot thickens.
Yeah, the pot. That would have been a great title for this.
it
The
would have
pot
been.
thickens. All right. The pot is now 480 gold to the winner of this round of Mimic Roulette. Garrus and Griaz, roll me D100s.
Almost half a magic item.
I know. This is gonna funnel into us just being the richest people and owning a castle. End goal.
So 77.
Ooh, I rolled an 18.
Okay. Okay, 1 second.
Matt,
Okay.
are all the ones under 21, are all those non-alcoholic? Because I realized that the tea was a 7.
All right, and 18 you said, Garrus?
Yep.
Okay. Griaz, you are served a fine, beautiful looking golden liquor. You have been served Gold Dragon's drink. And Gaharis, you're served this kind of odd looking it's taken in simply a shot glass, very bright glowing blue liquid. You have been served Time Turner's tonic.
Does it go forward in time or backwards in time?
Do you ask this to Quincy?
Yes!
Yes.
Yes, considering we have mixed magical alcohols in this establishment and it was not crazy by Quincy's standards.
You'll travel forward in time 60 seconds per minute for the rest of your life.
Quincy gives a bit of a shrug. Depends on, well, it's random more than anything. Worst case scenario, you suddenly feel all of it at once. Best case scenario, it's like you never drank anything to begin with, or maybe somewhere in the middle.
So if I teleport like 60 seconds in the future, does that disqualify me? Or when I rejoin the temporal statement, we just assume that I have been here the whole time?
I don't think it works like that.
Is it
Yes.
spatial travel as well? Because honestly, with the planetary movement, if he teleports in time, he might actually end up inside the floor based on the rotation of the planet.
Drink!
I drink.
I assure you it's completely safe. I would not serve something actually dangerous in my establishment.
We still have some of the not bug raspberry, but the
Bramble
the
pelt.
bramble pelt.
Bramble pelt? Yeah, we got
the
Bramble
one that
pelt.
causes rage.
But you did mix a cocktail to do that, to be fair.
But at least one of them would have caused rage anyway.
Nothing individually will cause harm to you.
Yeah.
Rage is not inherently dangerous. It just makes you mad and strong and good at
resistant.
sports.
All right,
Just steroids.
both of you make me the usual Constitution saves.
That is a plus 8. That
21?
is a 17.
Okay. And Gaharis, roll me a d4.
Wonderful. Would I have had? Oh no. A D4. That is a 4.
Okay.
Oh no. Am I gonna
Garrus, I
cat
would
bug? Might never be back again.
Gaharis, roll me a Constitution save again. This time flat roll. Disadvantage
Okay.
has canceled out your advantage.
Okay. That is a 11. So flat roll. 11 plus 8, 19.
Okay. Gaharis, you take the shot and swallow it. It's actually not a terrible flavor. It has this kind of almost blueberry tint to it. But as it like kind of hits your system, Griaz, you kind of pause your drink to kind of watch, and Gaharis, you suddenly stoop, and you feel like you've jumped from taking 3 drinks to taking upwards of 9, and you like stumble and your vision kind of goes hazy a little bit, but you fight and you like clench your stomach and you do manage to stay standing. Although you are now considered officially super drunk. You've basically fast forwarded through the drinking game to all the drinks you're about to have.
Sweet. Are we able to spellcast during the game?
Quincy hasn't said you can't.
Sweet. So I just cast Lesser Restoration on myself.
How does that work when you're? How does spellcasting work when you're drunk? This is what's the restoration?
Well, Garrus is
More.
doing really good on his saving throws, so he's holding his drink well. It's just that he is actually drunk at this point.
So I would cast Lesser Restoration because I've cast on drunk teammates before to sober them up.
Okay.
Oh, you said Lester Restoration, so there's someone named
that is
Lester,
my
and he's doing
stutter. That is
very
how I
well.
normally talk. I don't know what you are talking about, Gramble Bell.
He talks in a normal voice, no French accent.
Oh no.
Yeah, and
Hey guys.
Griaz, as you go back to finishing your drink, Gaharis actually has to like double take and like redo the spell a couple times to get to actually say it right. But Gaharis, you do manage to cast it and sober yourself up.
All you have to do for Lester Restoration is touch yourself. So keep in mind there are children at the table. Graham.
Yeah.
Drunk children. There are drunk children at the table. How dare you?
After this many rounds, they better be drunk. I would be a little bit upset.
All right. Neither of your mimic radars go off. And Utaka, your eyes are firmly locked on the sprite now. But you can see she kind of hesitates as it appears she's gotten the mimic again. And she's debating, like she looks down at her crocodile pet, like debating if she wants to do the same strategy again. But as she starts moving to elbow it, Quincy leans over and just like, be careful, make sure you actually drink it this time. And she like scowls and like looks at everyone at the table. And
Drink.
This is bullshit. He gets to cast a spell. I never said that casting a spell was against the rules. You're all adventurers. You're all on equal footing.
Quickly, like, get good, God.
Fiffinel, seeming wildly drunk at this point, like swaying side to side, just like, it's not so bad. You should try it. And she reaches a hand cautiously towards the mimic, and as her fingertips brush it, it bites and chomps down on her arm, and she pulls back, and her arm's like bleeding wildly, and just fuck, and like stomps her foot, and everyone gives a wild cheer as she like takes to the air, like her fairy wings fluttering as she scowls at all of you, before unceremoniously flying back towards her table, and Ivron's sitting cross-legged where she had been sitting prior, and like bandaging up her arm and scowling as the crocodile slowly crawls under the table to follow her.
Woo!
Shut it! All right, Goldie is out, and people at the table are getting drunker and drunker. Oh, and Griaz, as you finish your Gold Dragon's drink, you find a gold coin at the bottom of the mug.
I was hoping to become a gold dragon, but this is also good.
Nice.
I'm back to 69. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, that. Nice. Hey, nice. Yeah, that's Gold Dragon's drink. It's just a nice liquor, and at the bottom there's a gold coin.
It's a nice little investment.
Can I spend points to
It's a
give
zero
Aaron
cost.
disadvantage? You know what? I'm gonna add a disadvantage option to our rewards.
That is a good option.
I mean, we've got crits, we've got advantages. Why not? Oh, imagine if we had like a steal an advantage or steal a crit.
The way that we roll, honestly, gifting like disadvantages to Matt would probably be a good idea, especially with the 2 auras and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it go to Matt to decide when to use it, or is it just our next roll?
I think it should be for Matt to implement like a
Yeah.
disadvantage.
But he
Where
gets
it
to do
otherwise
that. He
wouldn't
can
make
do that
sense.
anyway.
That's true.
He
That's true.
could,
Yeah.
but where otherwise wouldn't make sense.
I think it should be the next roll.
I
next-
think it should be next roll.
Yeah, I'm good either way.
All right.
You got this is a drinking game, so I'm not being too harsh. Like monsters and actual threats with the rolls would be a lot harder.
Yeah, but they give us crits and advantage all the time. So throwing random disadvantages at us, I don't know. Feels.
I'm good either way.
Some people like to inflict pain, okay?
I can make modifications on my end to make things harder, so I don't mind either way.
Or just
All right.
the gods woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. They just don't like you. It's not your day.
God's woke up and chose violence.
All right, we have created it. It is on par with giving a crit to somebody. So
Okay.
You're welcome, chat. Don't say I've
Okay.
never done anything for you.
Garrus, are you going to ante or raise?
How many people are still at the table?
Counting you and Griaz, 6.
6. Yeah,
6
I'll
from the
raise
starting 10.
20.
Raise 20, so it's at, so it was 35, so 55 gold per person now. Persuasion check at disadvantage.
Am I persuading them to stay? 'Cause I think no matter what, I'm still winning. If they leave, I win.
Well, but the thing is, if they just quit, then you don't get whatever you could get for winning the next round.
I mean, that's true, but it increases my chances of winning the pot overall. Which is my main goal.
Yeah, you're basically taking the go all in hopes of spooking them off strategy.
That is, with disadvantage, that is a 14.
All right, Evron, I'm sorry to say, you have been gifted a disadvantage. The gods have just said today's not your day.
Wait, that's... Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm not,
You gotta pray better,
doing
Paladin.
I'm not doing anything though. So how does that work?
Exactly. We'll just
so
save
the
it
next
until your
thing you
next
do-
roll.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, you're
Like a
gonna make a
stored
roll.
thing.
Eventually.
All right.
Punishment.
Harris, as you raise the pot to 55 per person, the female fighter who had been sitting next to the halfling boy simply shakes her head and stands up. You're on your own, and walks back to their table. And the halfling just like, hey, come back, we can still win! And Fifinel, the gnomish artificer, kind of swaying a little bit, stares down at the growing pot of gold and kind of shakes her head. If I needed gold, I could just engineer it out of sawdust. I'm out. And hops off of the stool. That just leaves you, Griaz, Captain Buckler, and the halfling.
Which means it's 2v2. We have a 50% chance of winning now.
I'm keeping my eye on... I'm keeping my eye on everyone except Griaz.
Okay. Ivron, Fifinel rejoins your table and kind of crawls up to her chair and then just slumps over and falls asleep. With that, it's time for another round of drinks. Griaz, you're starting to feel it at this point, even with your good rolls. You're at least pretty well into tipsy now. Harris, you're only fine because of your magic intervention. Both of you roll me D100s.
80.
Was the tea alcoholic?
No.
Oh, okay. 37.
Okay. Boo-boo, boo-boo. And 37. Okay. All right. Gaharis, you are served a drink that honestly really unsettles you. You are served a simple glass mug of a almost transparent bright green liquid, and in the middle, you can't tell if it's real or not at a glance, is a brain floating inside. The glasswork of the mug has this relatively fancy design of a clawed hand grasping at the bottom of it. And Griaz, you are served this really nice looking bottle of what almost looks like something like champagne. Griaz, you have been served Royal Reserve, and
The entire bottle?
You are given a fancy wine glass to distribute it into. Although, as you look over, again, the bottle looks really nice. Quincy pats you on the shoulder, and the bottle's yours to keep, assuming it's not a mimic. Although you can keep that if you want.
Oh, Shantae.
Um,
Okay, can I just out of curiosity, I'm gonna guess, is Gaharis's drink a Mind Flayer mint julep?
You're actually close, although you are right on the species that created it. This is Star Spawn Spew. However, neither of your actually, Griaz, you feel a tightening on your chest. One of your drinks is a mimic.
He's just once for me, twice for Gaharis.
Squeeze.
Hey, but you had a lot to drink. Maybe take this one slow.
Oh, take this one slow, of course. What is that? Give me the lowdown that.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Also, given that you guys pre-discussed cheating at this game,
and given that I'm sober.
Yeah, I'll say that's fine. I'll allow that.
And they had said if you stab the mimic, you get to skip the round. Right?
Yeah, basically you get to stay in. You're not out because the mimic didn't bite you.
Wonderful. So Gaharis will go to reach for the glass, and as he's getting there, it's a feint. With his other hand, he pulls out the sword and just swipes across it.
The mimic reels back and like mouth open and bleeding the like light gray liquid of its internals. As Captain Buckler kind of raises an eyebrow as she's taking her own drink and just impressive, good eye.
Really, it was just playing the odds. There was a 25% chance it was me, and I'm never confident in my luck.
I suppose that's more than fair. And she finishes her own swig. The halfling gives a smile. I think your luck might be running out soon.
Taka, hold my bottle of champagne. I get no.
Yeah, okay. I hold it.
I have no expectations of getting it back.
All right.
How's the halfling looking?
Like in terms of sobriety?
Mm-hmm.
Make an insight check.
Sure. 12 plus, I think it's a plus 2. Plus 3. 15.
He looks pretty drunk. He's looking he's looking like he might fall over soon.
All right.
The ante is 55 gold per person. Harris, ante or raise?
I will ante.
All right.
So that is 110 gold. For me and Griaz, correct?
Yeah, like in total, yes.
Yeah.
All right, that pot is getting large. Oh boy. You see the halfling is just staring at this massively growing pile of gold, like licking their lips, and just they look enraptured by this pile of gold.
Yeah, I mean, we've put in 492 gold into that pot so far. Just
yeah. And bear in mind, you did the 55 ante twice. Yep. So the pot thickens. And you see even Quincy's kind of looking down at the pile of gold. And as the next round of drinks is being served, I'm going to be honest, this is one of the biggest pots I've ever seen for this game.
That just means it's going to come back as an event next year.
Suppose that's more than fair. And as the unseen servant distributes drinks, drink up, everyone. Griaz and Garrus, D100s as usual.
Drink.
Don't be a wuss.
75.
8.
Okay. Okay. And 75 you said, Griaz?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, how appropriate.
Personally, I don't think we've had any repeat rolls, which is, I mean, considering there's 100 options still, it, like, more often than not happens.
Yeah, because we've rolled what? This is our 5th time each, which means 10 rolls total have been covered.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right, Garrus. You are served a rather plain-looking wine. You have been served rice wine. And Griaz, you are served a really small tankard filled with a kind of golden green liquid. It the color kind of reminds you of Betting Man's brew, although you recognize the unique serving mechanism to be distinctive. You have been served Halfling's Hooch.
All right. It's like a thimble of absinthe.
Yeah.
I saw you hold it back, hold it in there.
Pinky's middle and ring finger all out.
And as the drinks are served and you all kind of contemplate what's been put in front of you, Griaz, you get another squeeze of your belt.
Mayor Harris.
Squeeze.
Hey there, little buddy. You don't want to bite me. You don't want to bite me. I'm gonna have to stab you if you're gonna bite me. You can show yourself as a mimic right now, and I won't stab you.
Roll me an animal handling check.
There, I can do that. I'm not proficient in that. That's fine. Thought I was. Hey, you know what? That's still a 19 plus 3. That's still a 22.
Whether out of an instinctual fear response or actually understanding and responding to your command, you're not sure. But the tiny thimble does jump back with a and like starts like snapping wildly. And Quincy tilts their head and just, I'm so sorry. The mimics are normally trained to not react until someone's picked it up already.
You know, some of them just need a little bit more care. This one, you know what, buddy? Hey, buddy, you gonna grow up big and strong. You gonna eat lots of people. You're gonna turn to a big old house. Yeah. All right, you screw along now. All right.
The unseen servant reclaims the mimic as everyone else starts downing their drinks. And Harris, make me a con save because yours is an alcoholic beverage. So.
Yep. That is at advantage. And what is my con save? +8 +5. So that's +13. So that is a 23.
All right. You down the wine. You know, it's pleasant. It's wine. And you know, you feel prepared to continue. All right. Ante or raise?
I'm just gonna ante.
How drunk does Buckler and the halfling look?
Make an insight check.
Gladly. That's a 15.
Okay. Give me just a second to add the round of bets to the pot. Oh my god. All right, and Utaka, you look the two of them over. Captain Buckler seems fine. Like she seems like she's been drinking and drinking, and you've been watching and have seen no signs of cheating from her. She just seems to be able to hold the drink really, really well, despite not having any obvious magical assistance. The halfling, for his part, looks wasted and is probably about to drop.
Okay, I'm gonna lean over. Has he already put his gold in the pot?
The halfling?
Yeah.
Everyone's anteing up again for the next round.
After he has put his gold into the pot, I'm gonna turn to Ulysses and be like, you think he looks like he's gonna vomit? And I would like to cast command on the word vomit.
Wisdom save DC?
Yeah, 15.
Ulysses, whether she knows you're casting a spell or not, she kind of raises an eyebrow at you. And the halfling, for his part, doesn't react.
Nah.
That's that
Thought it
halfling
might-
luck.
You're muted.
Sorry. What I was going to say was irrelevant anyway. I was going to say if Griaz had actually drank the halfling hooch, he actually would have been temporarily gifted halfling luck, but his was a mimic, so he didn't drink it. So.
Oh.
How
And also,
appropriate.
Pharaoh, bear in mind that halfling does have a bag of holding full of the other stuff we were going to steal.
Mm-hmm.
When they
Yeah,
go to the
okay.
bathroom, that's when you rob them.
When they
I'm
puke.
keeping an eye on him.
Same.
Just
Yeah.
All right. The antes have been cast. Garrus and Griaz, D100s.
23.
25.
Ooh, so close. Oh no. Matt, don't
And-
make that sound towards us.
And 25, you said, Griaz? Got it.
Yes.
Griaz, you are given a small wine glass of a relatively nice-looking champagne, similar to Royal Reserve. Gaharis, you are given a cask of this this blue liquid that almost has a color reminiscent of your own skin. Griaz, you have been served top shelf tonic, but Gaharis, you have been served counterspell.
I don't have any active spells. Or
Don't
does
you,
it
though?
let
Yeah, you
counters-
do.
What? Oh.
Shield of Faith and Enhanced Ability.
That's true. I don't know which one
Yeah.
will counterspell.
Um,
Is it the most recent or the oldest?
however, Griaz, you get 2 squeezes from your belt.
Signifying that one of them's a mimic or signifying that's Gaharis?
Because at this point you've established that communication with
Sure.
Junior. Yeah, 2 squeezes. Gaharis is a mimic.
All right. Yeah, he'll just kind of just nudge Gaharis just a little bit. Just, again, I don't know. I mean, what are the odds, what are the odds?
What the-
Probably really good. Really good.
Well, my
that's-
odds are always very bad. Then I will swipe my sword across again.
All right. You slice, and indeed, the cask of counterspell is a mimic, and reels back with another hiss as the unseen servant yanks it up. Captain Buckler, for her part, gives a smile and just, I get the impression the halfling and I aren't winning this game, are we?
I mean, if you know how to play, I mean, you haven't gotten the mimic once, so you want to talk about not winning.
That is true, and you are, as far as I can see, completely unaffected by the drink.
Yeah, but eventually, I don't have the same discerning eye that you have, Gaharis. It's impressive, honestly.
Then how about the deal?
Oh?
So, Matt, I know this is going to ask you to do math. If my offer was that they can take 80% of their antes back to just walk away, how much out of our total pot would that be?
So if you were to offer both of them
No,
80%
I am
of what...
only offering Buckler.
Okay, so if you offer
I don't.
Buckler 80,
The halfling's going to go
80% of-
down. There's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I hadn't been tracking the individual contributions.
I mean,
I've been making
it would
sure they can
be-
afford
it would
it.
be
But...
half
What
of-
is it altogether?
Yeah, it would be half
How
of
much
what
is-
I have put in the pot currently, right?
Which was 125, 35, and then 55, 55.
So I had
Correct.
542 total because we've had to ante up the equivalent raised value every time.
Okay, so 80% because she would
So
have had to match her
271?
bets.
Because well, I was also paying for 2. Because I was
So
also paying-
271, right? 80%
Yeah,
of 271?
so they would get 271.
No, 80% of 271, you said.
Yeah, so 271 times 0.8 is
216.
216. So
Yeah, so she'd get to keep 216 gold
Yeah.
if she walks away now.
And we get a free ride on your boat.
yeah, well, on top, I mean, we've already gotten the agreement that she'll take us.
Oh. Okay.
So
He didn't agree it would be free, though.
that's true, but I'm fine with paying that. So how about this? As we are all friends and we are going to be traveling together soon, if you walk away right now, I will let you keep 80% of what you have put into the said pot.
Make a persuasion check.
All right. Nat 20 for a 28.
She gives a smile and puts her hands up in the air and just, all right, I know what I'm beat. I can hold my drink, but I can't spot mimics as well as any of you can. And she tips her wide-brimmed hat to the halfling boy. Good luck, friend. You're going to need it. And she reclaims some of her gold from the pot and gives you both a tip of the hat before rejoining her table where Utaka, you're sitting with Ulysses. And again, it's impressive. She has not reacted. Her stride is confident and clean. She's not like slurring her speech or like having trouble focusing. It's like she hadn't been drinking at all.
Yeah. When she said that she couldn't spot mimics as well as we can, would I believe that?
Make an insight check.
16 plus 3, 19.
Yeah, she seems genuinely like she probably wouldn't be able to notice a mimic like you can. So it seems that she's confident she could make it through the game. She's not confident that she would notice her mimic before it bit her and then would lose anyway.
Yeah.
Whereas you guys are going to keep spotting your mimics and staying in the game no matter what.
Yeah.
All right. The two of you have one last opponent, the halfling boy, who
will
is
raise the ante by another 50.
As you go to do that, he holds up a hand. No, let's be civil about this. I think you've raised the ante enough. And he throws 100 gold into the pot.
100 into the pot. Yeah, I will match that.
Will you match it on Griaz's behalf as well?
Yeah. So that's
Okay.
200 gold into the pot.
He claps his hands excitedly. I'm so excited! You're so good at this game!
Don't flatter me, we aren't friends.
Both of you roll me a D100.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all you need to say.
21.
All right, 1 second. And 21 for you, Garrus, right? Okay.
One of these drinks is going to be like add a permanent +1 to a stat. One of them.
That's gonna be the mimic.
Yeah, it's always the funny ones that are the mimics, unfortunately. All right. Griaz, you are served a tiny little shot glass of a very colorful little liquid. And Gaharis, you are served this dark black and blue stained glass cask of this really unsettling midnight blue and black drink that kind of bubbles slightly. Gaharis, you have been served Drow's drink, and Griaz, you have been served shrinking tonic. However, Griaz, you get a squeeze from your belt.
All right. Hey there, little friend. I made a deal with the last one. Make a deal with you. I don't understand why that fucking halfling ain't got any of you yet, but hey, I don't want to hurt you none. So go on, or I'm gonna smash you.
Make an animal handling check.
Nah, it's not gonna be that. That's 7 plus what is it? That's only 10.
The drink does not respond.
All right. Well, I went ahead and warned you. All right. I'm just gonna draw a dagger and just drive it into the tiny little shot glass.
And it like snaps at the dagger's blade, and the halfling gives an excited as the unseen servant takes the tiny mimic away. Garrus, you have to drink yours.
And is it drowse like DROWS or like drowse like drowsy?
It's both, actually.
Ah, wonderful. Sleeping poison, probably. Yep, I will drink it. That is with advantage, that's a 14 plus... It's gonna be over 20. Do I need to do the math?
Okay. And give me just a second. I need to make some rolls myself.
Oh gosh, is it against poison?
Do you have any paladin resistances against poison?
I have resistance against fire and against disease. But
Disease,
lay
yeah.
on hands instantly cures me, so if I even feel like it is a poison, I will just lay on hands for the full amount and recover.
Yeah. And Garrus, make me one final con save if you don't
Sure.
mind.
I would love to. Oh, it's cocked. 14 or a 18 plus.
Okay.
18 plus 8 plus. So 26 plus Ivron's plus 5.
All right. Sorry. All right. Griaz, you stay in the game for catching your mimic, and Gaharis, you grimace and chug the drink, and you can immediately feel your eyes kind of drooping slightly, and it tastes awful. But you managed to stay relatively sober, and you managed to stay awake. Although you are officially tipsy.
Okay.
How's
the halfling looking?
It's drunk, but still in the game.
Okay.
You won't be able to catch the mimics forever.
We'll catch
I
one
mean, you
soon
won't be
enough.
able to dodge them forever.
Well, throw one in your face next time. Jeez.
Oh, so unfriendly. What have I ever done to you?
You have the same
Literally
voice.
nothing, which is fair.
They
Yeah,
have the same
that's-
voice as everyone that Garrus hates.
Yeah, you just have a voice that
Half
tells
of
me you're not
Terminus.
someone that I like.
Is the halfling actually a halfling? I don't know how Ivron would be able to tell this, but
Make
It's like a kobold in a party mask or something.
yeah.
I'll tell you what,
Kobolds in
Ebron.
a trench coat.
It's just
Make-
Moscow.
Make me a nature.
Moscow just snuck out.
Yeah.
Make me a nature check, Ebron.
It's just a slightly shorter gnome. You've been lying the whole time.
You motherfucker.
At disadvantage, that's 11.
Okay. He seems to be a halfling.
Is that Illithid still in the room?
Yes, although they are seeming to go out of their way to ignore the game. They seem to like kind of hunch in irritation every time people cheer or people scream from getting bitten.
I definitely glance to them every now and then.
Valid. All right. The halfling, kind of glancing between the two of you, gives a wide smile and just, oh, this seems very unfair for me. You're going to see the mimics every time, aren't you?
I mean, would you like me to make you an offer?
Oh, can I make you one first?
I'm pretty sure you're about to cast a spell, so no.
I promise I'm not. I'm a halfling. I don't have any magic.
Those are not mutually exclusive. And I look to Quincy, and I'm literally going to be like, casting a harmful or enchanting spell against one of the competitors. That's against the rules, right?
Yes, you're only the mimics are allowed to harm the competitors, but
Glance to Otaka. Glance to Otaka.
But Utaka's not a player.
the halfling throws a massive, like several handfuls of coins into the pot and leans back with his fingers steepled. I raise 500 gold is the ante.
Okay, let's see. How much gold have I anteed up so far? It is at 492, 110, 200. That's 600, 800. Okay, I can afford to ante up for one of us. If
Yeah,
raised
you
it
need some
400
help over there?
Yeah, maybe. that would be most appreciated.
I better fucking get this back.
You will.
How much do I need to...
Gaharis
I will donate 400 to the cause. That's
Okay.
all you're getting from me.
Okay, so...
And I better get this back.
Alright.
Does that give you enough to ante for both of you?
Yeah, because I still have 200 left after anteing for me with the 400.
Okay.
Does this gold look real, or is this a leprechaun that's just using fool's gold?
Make a insight check. Yeah, I'll call this an insight. Or do you want to check the gold or judge his behavior?
Both, I guess? I guess
Okay,
Harris
make an
would be like,
investigation.
there's no way this halfling has this much gold, and something's off.
Yeah, make an insight check and an investigation check.
Okay.
Would
Nat-
he get advantage if I were to help him, considering I'm literally on the same page with him? Where it's like,
I'll say yes, but if the advantage is what does it, then you'll have to pass it on to him.
Okay. Nat 20 for the first roll. Thank you, Orange Dice.
We're
Then the
always
first,
after his lucky charms.
and that was insight, right? So it's 23.
Okay, so
Then-
natural 20 for a 23 on insight.
Then for the second roll for the second set was a 16 insight for the first roll and an 8 for the second one, so a 19 insight.
Okay,
for the
so
roll.
19 insight from Yvonne, natural 20 for 23 from you. Okay, and now roll me investigation.
No, I rolled the first one. Actually, no, you're right.
Yeah, because insight is to judge his behavior,
yeah.
investigation to check the
Investigation is
coins.
to check the thing. All right. Investigation is a 7.
All right, do you roll with advantage?
Oh, yeah.
Because Yvonne's helping you out.
Well, the second one is a 2, so.
Okay.
A 7.
You both kind of glance at the coins. Gahara's actually picking one up and examining it. It seems real. You don't feel particularly concerned that it's fake. And Yvonne, you kind of look the halfling up and down. He seems drunk, which likely is explaining his willingness to go all in on this. But Gaharis, as you kind of squint at him and look up and down, it suddenly clicks. He's not drunk. He's faking it. You don't know why, but you know that he's definitely sober and pretending to be drunk.
Yeah. That is a nice trick that you have. But let us.
What damn it do you mean?
There is no use in pretending to be drunk. I already know that you aren't.
I can't help it. I'm just so good at holding my drinks.
It's
Where
probably...
is he sitting in the? Is it a circular table?
He's sitting directly across from you, Griaz.
Okay, all right.
All right. Well, I guess it's the next drinks because we've already anteed up.
All right. The pot is currently 3,944 gold.
We're gonna buy the best magic items, or we're gonna go home poor.
Yeah, like, if you win this, Grace, you can afford that.
Don't
That
fuck
leather.
me over! I would like to drink the rest of this champagne bottle. I feel like I need it right now.
Yeah. All right. The usual D100s from both of you, please.
27.
48.
27 and Griaz again, sorry?
48.
Okay, that for you.
I'm just waiting for this halfling to get the counter spell.
And 48 from Griaz. Griaz, you are served a familiar tankard of barbarian brew, the bright red frothing liquid. And Gaharis, you are served this actually really fun, like, big glass container. The glass itself is shaped like and carved out to look like a dwarf. And the top of the head, like the helmet pulls off to have the drink inside. It's this little fun novelty glass. Griaz, you get 2 squeezes.
Hold on real quick, Harris. I'm sorry, little friend. What's your name?
I forgot to introduce myself. How silly. He holds out both of his little hands. My name is Mikhail Gherkin. Nice to meet you.
Think about you. All right. You know what? Actually, I will reach out to shake his hand. And while I'm doing that, while I have his attention, I want to sleight of hand my mimic dice at his cup.
Good thing you have all those crits from chat.
Right?
Sorry. Roll me sleight of hand.
I am going to definitely use a crit for that. I have 4 crits. I'm definitely using a crit for that. So it is a 23.
I'll tell you what. Before you do that, Griaz, make me a perception check if you don't mind.
Yeah. Perceptive boy. Let's see. What is my perception? It's 9, so that is a 17 plus 9, 26.
Griaz, as you're leaning forward to do this, you can still do it if you want, but you actually catch something. As you pull him closer to you, His hand movements are fast, almost too fast for you to catch, but you catch him swapping the two of you's glasses as you pull him in close.
Nice to meet you, Kyle McGurkin.
Just call me Gherkin.
I won't. Hey, real quick, before we take our drinks, you want to try to raise this just a little bit more with the price on the line? I got this bag of holding. You don't know what's in it. You got a bag of holding, it looks like. I don't know what's in it. Put this on the table.
Griaz, maybe a persuasion check at disadvantage. Because he's savvy enough to know that you're probably cheating, but you may be able to lure him in with the promise of more gold.
It's only a 15.
He kind of squints. You seem strapped for cash. Can you afford to ante?
I mean, like I said, I don't have cash, but I got a bag of holding, which is definitely worth something. You know that. Like I said, it's a gamble, but this is all gambling. You don't know what's in it. I don't know what's in yours. Yours could be empty. Mine could be empty. But hey, I'm going to put mine on the table. You can put yours on the table. You win. You get 2 bags of holding. Lord knows what's inside.
He looks to you, Gaharis. Can you afford to ante again?
Since basically I've been anteing for Grizz the entire time, I assume that some of my stuff is in the bag of holding.
A bag of holding more than covers whatever you're... I mean, we've already anteed for this round. The round's already on. I'm just before we take these drinks, I'm just adding one extra thing
You're
to the
sweetening the pot. Gherkin understands this strategy.
Yep.
And he slaps his bag of holding onto the gold pile. Ante up!
And ante up. Yep. I'm gonna just kind of like pat just Junior, like, hey, is this glass that he switched? Is that fine?
That's when you get the squeezes. With that perception check you made, you gather this is probably how he's been avoiding the mimics the whole game.
Oh, so he gave me the mimic.
Yeah,
basically,
so he's a quickling, kind of. So he moves super fast, and he's like trading the glasses out.
I got you. Okay, then I misunderstood you. I thought that he was taking the mimic for himself and switching the glasses. So in that case, yes, I would like to crit sleight of hand the mimic to him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. That's why I didn't stop you from doing that. I was more just saying. So yeah. So yours is still a mimic, but you've turned his into a mimic too.
And he would be under the assumption that there was only one mimic.
Yeah.
Right.
He has no reason to suspect, and maybe unless he has magical aid, he can't identify a mimic until it's too late. So, but Griaz, you still have a mimic in front of you. What would you like to do?
Well, you know what, Gherkin, why don't we go ahead and drink at the same time?
Drink!
He picks up his mug, the dice you put rattling around a little bit. Very well. A toast to new friends.
And it doesn't bite him?
He's picking it up, but he hasn't put it to his face yet.
Okay. Then I'll pick mine up.
I mean, either way we win because you'll both get eliminated.
That's Harris is my secret out here.
Harris is just like, oh, this is a really nice rice wine, or whatever drink I have.
We'll clink the glasses, and I'm going to. I built up an immunity that I attained through several years in Australia. If he's gonna drink, I'm gonna drink with him. As far as I know, it's a mimic.
Gaharis, you watch as you start drinking from your novelty dwarf cup, as both of them swig back, and Griaz, teeth clamp around your bugbear nose. And Gherkin rolls back in his chair, like pulling at the mimic tankard, and like sporting teeth marks on his face, and like he looks to you with a mimic dangling from your nose into his cup, and then like shakes it, and you can hear the rattling, and dumps the dice out onto the table, thankfully not activating it, and just that's so unfair.
No, you got a free dice in yours. I'm gonna take that though. Don't take that. That's mine.
And I will look to Quincy and be like, Quincy, you could have just told us that the pot was getting too hot. And give Quincy a wink.
Yeah, Quincy returns your wink as Gherkin like stamps his feet as he's fallen back in his chair. Just like, I was so close.
Sorry, I'm just gonna try to
suppose
pry
that
the
makes
mimic off my
me
nose.
the winner, right?
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Harris, you win the pot. 2 bags of holding, contents unknown, and by my measure, 3,944 gold.
3,944 gold. All right. I'm gonna write 3,944. Okay, so I will immediately pay Utaka 500 of that. So an additional 100 to what Utaka put in.
He kind of stares at you like,
Okay, an extra 200.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Then divide by 2. 1,672 gold for each Griez and myself. 1,672. Let me add that. Putting me
More
at...
gold than any D&D character I've ever had has ever had.
I am sitting pretty at 3,167 gold.
How did you do it? How did you know what the mimics were?
Good at art. We're good at
We have
this.
fought a lot of mimics, honestly.
We have.
So unfair.
Hey, don't be a sore loser. You're. Go away, I guess. I don't know.
It has been a honor. Perhaps next year.
Yeah. Everyone, Dad, everyone, I need help. Can you fix?
I cast
got
Lester.
boo-boo.
Oh.
Everyone's feeling his snout, his nose.
Yep. I will give the bag of holding back to Griaz. So our bag of holding is now in Griaz's possession.
And you now have Mikhail Gherkin's bag of holding.
Mikhail, is there anything from the bags that was personal or something that you
No,
really shouldn't
I
have
just
gambled?
used it for work.
What do you do for work?
Dump it out and find out.
You do not understand. If it is bodies, I am going to have to take you in.
I promise I'm not a criminal.
I mean,
You mean you promise you're not a murderer? Let's be specific about our language, shall we?
I'm a rogue. That unfortunately I can't. I won't lie to you.
Are there any goods that are stolen in here?
Did you steal anything from us that is in here?
No, I've never met you before today. This
And
was me trying
God
to
willing,
steal
never
from
do again.
you. You're just better at cheating than Gherkin.
Don't you forget it.
Garrus didn't cheat at all! Technically.
Yeah, Garrus and people cheat on his behalf.
Yeah, exactly,
the
which is
benefit.
still...
Yeah.
It depends on whether you count Shield of Faith to avoid getting drunk.
Anyone
as
could have
cheating.
casted spells. It was not against the rules.
Exactly, that wasn't cheating. That was
Oh, no,
that was
yeah, 'cause
literally
Quinn-
said not
Smart
cheating.
usage of spells.
Oh no, I'm not. And
Yeah.
Gherkin even freely says he was cheating too.
Yeah. Garrus is like, I just cast an armor on me and didn't get bit. Because someone told me there were mimics.
Yeah, and Gaharis, do you stuff inside out the bag of holding to see the contents?
In a crowded tavern, absolutely not.
Okay.
I am going to wait. I am actually going to I am going to tuck this in somewhere safe where it can't be, cut open, what have you. Probably underneath chainmail, so there's no way someone can reach under it.
Okay.
It is nice and safe on my person, and I'm not going to open it until tomorrow, but I am going to have it at the Goldshine headquarters when I open it in a safe Melvin-designed room. Because it could be anything, and I think Melvin is the only wizard I know that would be like, yes, I have taken precautions.
Yeah. Okay. Valid. Noted. All right. Just keep that in mind so we don't forget it. All right.
But Mistra's here, right?
Yeah, she's with Ivran at the moment.
I will wave to Mistra, and I will show the bag of holding before I put it in. So I would like to open the contents of this at the headquarters in a safe spot. Could you... I am carrying a lot of stuff on my person now. Would you mind keeping an eye out for me? I know you are far more perceptive than me.
I've got to be heading back to headquarters soon, but...
You can take our stuff with you. I also have a lot of stuff. I've got new stuff.
I'll go with you, boss lady.
Well, we should all go together.
Are you sure? You're all free to enjoy your vacation. It's not a particular hurry. I just have a few things I need to take care of.
I wouldn't be allowed. I wouldn't be able to enjoy my vacation if I lost everything or had it stolen.
I suppose that's fair.
We won a lot of things today, and I want to know what all of them do.
I suppose that's fair. Dr. Ulysses, would you mind letting us borrow the testing chambers for a few hours? And Dr. Ulysses gives a bow to Mistra. Of course, boss. Whatever you need. I'll have Polly open them up while we're on the way.
Screw walking. I'm gonna clap my hands and say, Mr. Tails, are you here?
Garrus, you don't hear anything, but after a moment, you hear a voice behind you. Yes.
Could you just teleport me and Griez directly into the Goldshine headquarters?
Any particular place inside that you're trying to get to?
The testing room.
We have a lot of those, but I'll find you an empty one. And he waves his arm, and Garrus and Griez, you said?
And Utaka.
We're talking to.
Yeah. I wasn't done, don't worry, but Utaka, you see Garrus and Griez disappear. And Dr. Tails looks to you as you wave to get his attention, and he looks to Ivron and Israel. To be more efficient, should I just get everyone in the same room?
Best, yeah.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed the festival, and he waves an arm, and both of you feel the ground give out from under you as you are pulled into portals opening beneath your feet. You all find yourself inside of one of those sterile white marble rooms, similar to the one where the runic circle to transport you to Nightmare was kept. After a moment, Dr. Tails reappears with Dr. Ulysses and Detective Mistra in tow. Mistra kind of gives a smile and just like, suppose it was a smart move getting all of you out of there before you caused any more trouble. Dr. Tails kind of raises an eyebrow.
What? What is this about? What happened? And she's looking accusingly at all of you because she was having a fun time.
So,
she just got warped somewhere.
I happened to raise the ante a little bit high for the Mimic Game and won. Some people decided they wanted to bet their bag of holding and everything in it.
Was anyone about to kill anyone else? Like, what problem? Why?
Not
why
yet.
am I here?
I will hold up. I think I have like 5 bags of like gold now because I don't think I can hold it all in one. I will like hold this huge sack of gold and just go on top of all the items in a bag of holding. I am not the smartest, but I assume a bag this size is going to get cut.
Dr. Tails looks to you, Israel, and just, I had been under the assumption that you wanted to stay with the group. I would be more than happy to send you back to the Lucky Griffin if you wish.
You got souvenirs, Israel. Just hang out. We might have something you like. I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
The night is still young after all. We can always go back.
Speaking of which, Utaka, I would suggest staying out of the Lucky Griffin for the next couple days. The Star Spawn will have noticed in roughly 2 hours that their bag has been stolen and begin investigating Veilbright. And it is only a matter of time before they read your mind and discover and he glances down to your bags. Theft.
Utaka, like, has this, like, deer in the headlights moment.
This is Utaka like, oh feeling the fear that Griez felt from Utaka. This is how the turns have tabled.
Is this just an empty white marble room then?
Yeah, just with you guys in it, basically.
Can I, like, go do, like, one errand then before I need to hide for days?
What is a star spawn?
They are a race alien to this planet, typically living in the Underdark.
They eat
Most-
brains.
Yes, most notable for their cuisine.
Utaka said they got an octopus for a face and they read your mind. And then, yeah, they eat your brains.
Indeed.
I looked at Ivron, like, how could you let your child do this?
His brow is furled, and he's just like in this state of like. I suppose you intend on returning it, Utaka.
Israel just gives everyone a look like, no.
I worked really hard for that bag. If that Spar Spawn wanted that bag, they would have held on to it a little bit better, Evron. That's way.
You think I
Things
want to fucking die?
Also
Well,
that.
I can always return it for you.
No,
if you're too cowardly.
That is not a thing you're gonna do.
He just looks at you like, oh yeah? I'll fucking do it. I bring
No.
up typical face.
Let's see what's in it first. If it's a whole bunch of jars of brains, maybe we can reconsider. But let's
Yeah.
account for what we have acquired.
Mr.
Yes, I'm quite interested myself.
Mr. Tails, would you mind identifying whatever is in the bags I got?
I was about to offer, but I knew you would ask that question. But yes, I'd be
Are
more
you a
than
mind
happy
reader?
to. No, I can see the future.
Oh, that makes perfect sense then. Then what am I going to say next?
He just kind of raises an eyebrow at you, and just, I'm not a party clown.
Oh, it was thank you.
I really thought you were going to say I'm not a party clown.
You see him actually kind of smirk slightly, like seeming like he is kind of holding back, laughing a little bit, and nods to you guys. Mistra pipes up, leaning against his leg. For the record, I'm not going to scold you for stealing from these people. The consequences of that are yours to deal with. I'm just interested to see what you got away with. They're adventurers. They're bound to have some pretty interesting stuff. And she leans forward with her fingers steepled, seeming pretty excited, and Dr. Ulysses pulls a clipboard free, seeming like she's going to take notes as she goes. Well, what are we going to start with? It seems like you have quite a bit on you, as she looks between Griaz and Utaka and Gaharis's stolen or won in gambling and new inventories.
Gaharis really wants to go first. Why don't we let him go first?
Because mine.
Yeah, we essentially have 3 bags of holding. Because Utaka got one, Griaz stole one, and Gaharis won one. So we just turn them all inside out and let's see what we got.
Yep.
But yeah, let's let Gaharis with the potential bombs go first.
Yeah. I have no idea what's in this. Mr. Tails, you can seize the future. If there's anything terrible about to happen, you should probably let me know now.
It's not dangerous, just discomforting.
Justice. Oh no. I will turn it inside out.
I was already like looking at her lap.
Garrus is
Like, I don't.
Gaharis, you turn the bag inside out, and your pants are immediately soaked with a tidal wave of mixed alcohols, and various tankards and shot glasses tumble to the floor, many of them cracking or shattering as they land on the marble flooring. It appears Gherkin had been cheating by stowing the drinks into his bag of holding rather than drinking them.
I would have held it closer to the ground so it wouldn't like shatter anything, because I wouldn't have known what's in there.
All right, but a few of them still would crack, but
we're all sitting in like little crisscross applesauce circle time, like we're sharing Halloween candy is what I'm envisioning.
Yeah.
So, Gaharis, your pants and for the rest of you, a lot of your shoes and feet are soaked with alcohol as this just tidal wave sweeps through the floor as glasses tink and occasionally crack on the flooring. As I recall correctly, 12 rounds of drinking worth of alcohol content pour to the ground.
Oh yeah, as soon as there was like wet that came, Israel had immediately gotten to her feet. So normally her boots are getting wet and she's like holding her skirts a little higher. She does not want alcohol in her dress.
Well, I guess that's how he was cheating.
So there's nothing else in there, just...
No, it seems that he had grabbed the bag of holding specifically for that purpose.
That's fair. That's exactly the rogue thing to do, too, to ante up just worthless bag of holding.
You can almost in the distance hear it.
I mean, I don't think they'd be laughing. I've got 1,000 of the gold.
All right, so yeah, Garrus, it is a legitimate bag of holding, but all that was in it was glasses of alcohol and alcohol itself.
Are there any unopened or filled bottles?
Almost all of them are completely filled. The glasses got tipped over, obviously, which is where the spilled alcohol came from. But there are a few bottles of wines and champagnes that were closed, and
what
thus he was able to.
What identifiers do they have?
Give me just a minute.
Because all of these alcohols were potentially magical.
That's valid.
Like I wonder if you can just like get a vial down there, make some Bramble Pelt 2.0.
Oh no. We call this the garbage bag of holding.
All right, so out of the 12 rounds of alcohol, only 2 of them had come in bottles, but the ones that you identify, give me just a moment. You see the ones that had come in bottles that he got were Pyromancer's Preference and a bottle of that bright blue counterspell drink that you had been served, Garrus. So it's a bottle of Pyromancer's Preference and Counterspell.
Wonderful. Those are pretty helpful.
But that's all for Mikhail Gherkin's bag of holding.
I'm gonna look to Griaz.
All right. I will overturn my bag of holding. So, to review, we stole scrolls from the wizard. Utaka has those. I believe Utaka also has stuff from the gnome tinkerer.
Yeah. I have it all listed down. Scrolls from the wizard, a bag of from the gnomish artificer, 2 potions from the troll, a bag from the mind flayer, a sword from Morgan, the pink-haired rogue's bag of holding, the other rogue she was drinking with, 3 of their daggers, and and of course Mikhail Gherkin's bag of holding now.
Okay, so he's going to overturn the bag of holding from the pink-haired individual, and then also try to get the orc weapon and the daggers identified.
Okay.
And also the cards, because he also has the cards from the sailor.
Right. So Dr. Tails works to identify the sword, the cards, and the daggers. While he's doing that, you empty.
Did Ronnie Harris recognize the sword?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Garrus and Yvonne, make me history checks.
What is my history?
19.
History. That is a 7.
Harris, it just seems like an unremarkable sword, but Ivron, you recognize this as Morgan's personal enchanted sword that they've wielded in many battles.
Ron looks so disappointed in you, Griaz.
Utaka was the one who.
Utaka.
Oh, that was Griaz who stole that one.
No, that was Griaz.
Yeah.
Well, regardless.
Like slipped it from behind her.
To be fair, it's not unreasonable though for Ron to just assume it was Utaka.
No, now he knows both of them went on a. Like he expected it, but he didn't expect them to get caught by him. So now he's got to be like, oh man.
All right, so
currently everyone has an aura of disappointment in a 10-foot radius.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, Griaz, you feel yourself almost getting a size category smaller under Ivron's case.
Oath of the
You're
disappointment.
all bad and you did bad.
All right, so while Dr. Tails identifies the sword, the 3 daggers, and the cards, you tip out the bag of holding. There's a lot in this, so you actually all jump back slightly. There's a immediate horrible clanging and snapping sound as Griaz, you actually have to jump back as 2 bear traps and 10 mouse traps start snapping, likely to prevent someone from thieving in the bag of holding itself. The traps go off, but luckily you are able to dodge them without getting yourself hurt, but it's immediately startling. Also within, for not immediately horrifying items, you see a pair of gloves, a bottle of a bright pink liquid, which most of you recognize as being elven wine, what appears to be a potato, a small blackish green colored ring, a glove that appears to have knives coming from the fingers, a potion, you don't know what type it is, a fang that looks like it came off of a small serpent of some kind, along with an eye, a sandwich that appears to have gotten incredibly moldy, a small black 2D circle that's kind of floppy when you pick it up, a gold coin on a string, a very colorful looping straw, a needle that appears to have a very slight steam coming off of it, a monocle, a quarterstaff, an odd black sphere that appears to be cracked, a gold and silver chalice, about 6 aces of various suits, a decanter, and a shield.
God.
I almost got all of that. What was the thing before? Fuck. Lost track.
You want to just go over them again quickly?
Real quick, after the glove with knife fingers, what was
A
that?
potion of unknown effect.
Sure. Yeah, potion question mark, and then keep going.
Snake fang, snake
Uh-huh.
eye, moldy sandwich, small floppy black disc, gold on a
Okay.
string, loopy straw, needle with some kind of poison on it, a monocle,
Okay.
a staff, and I'm assuming you got the rest.
It had to be before. There was something I missed. Was it something after the mysterious looking ring? There was something in there that I missed that I didn't get in time.
Was it
The
the
Maybe it was the
potato?
moldy sandwich. It might have been the moldy sandwich.
There was a potato.
I did get the potato. I think it was the moldy sandwich that I missed, which seems so important.
Hey, you got a bunch of items. Want to make sure you get all of them.
did. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you guys just see this smorgasbord of items fall on top of the traps that seem to be meant for preventing theft, which worked out incredibly well for the rogue, it seems.
Okay, I'm going to cast Detect Magic and try to separate the magic items out.
All right.
I'm assuming the moldy sandwich isn't magic, but who knows?
Just in case.
Ah,
All
yes,
right.
the fabled potato of pestilence.
Maybe it's like maybe the potato is something. I don't know.
The shield, the monocle, and the gloves are magical.
Which set? The regular set of gloves or the knife
steaming
fingers?
needle is
Regular
not
set.
magical.
The needle does not appear to be magic. No.
Yeah, I think it was poisoned.
Yeah, it was poison.
Okay, thank
So yeah, so the shield, the non-knife gloves, and the monocle give off magical aura.
Okay.
Oh, and the ring. The ring also gives off magic.
Okay. Are the knife gloves? Are they more like Wolverine or Freddy Krueger?
Freddy Krueger.
Okay. All right. He's
oh,
gonna go ahead.
I'm very sorry, I missed one other. The floppy disc is also giving off magic.
The 2D,
Sorry.
2D circle. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a theory about that one. Okay. He's gonna set those aside and go. Help, please.
Dr. Tails doesn't even look up from his current identification. The items float out of your hand and join the pile of things at his side.
Thank you.
So that leaves you with the various traps: the elven wine, the potato, the knife glove, the potion, the eye and fang, the moldy sandwich, the gold on a string, the loopy straw, the needle, the staff, the small sphere, the chalice, several aces of various suits, and the decanter.
Can I, as he's scooping all these things up, can I swipe those aces off the ground?
Griaz, your take first and foremost. Is that okay?
Yeah, Utaka, we're splitting this. If you want some cards.
All right, Utaka,
They
you
can
get
come in
you-
use.
yeah, you get several aces of various suits. Note down that you have those. You can use those to cheat at card games by adding a few aces to your hand.
The questionable potion, was it magical? Sorry, you just took a drink. Sorry.
Sorry. Does detect magic reveal potions? Just to be sure, it does.
I think
Okay.
it detects a school of magic. So if it is like illusory or
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a potion of healing, but it does give off magic similar to healing magic. So it's a type of healing, but it doesn't appear to be an actual like potion that heals you. But it is definitely a magical. Sorry, I didn't know that potions gave off magic. So
I mean, that's up to you, really.
yeah, I was
Goldshine-
immediately jumped to like it's magic items. So like I didn't think, I wasn't sure if potions counted. You already know Elven wine is slightly magical, which is why I didn't mention that. It's not particularly dangerous. So.
The gold coin on a string wasn't magical.
No, it's just a mundane sleight of hand trick, similar to the cards.
And not a magic potato. Oh well. Okay.
All right.
Utaka.
Yeah, Utaka, you take the aces for cheating. Dr. Tails is working on identifying the items.
Yeah, all right. First and foremost, I will reach into the bag and withdraw what I know to be in it. So, the various spell scrolls.
Okay.
Take them out first. I guess shift over towards like one of the tables and just kind of like put them on the table so they don't get sticky.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you kind of cautiously put the bag of scrolls you stole from the wizard.
And I'll also withdraw like the Tinker's stuff, and then kind of carefully take out that bag, which I seem to be more interested in this sort of ruined bag that I've pulled out than I am interested in anything else that I've just put on the table.
Okay, so the scrolls and the Star Spawn's kind of odd runic bag. Okay. Noted. To avoid like having to do like an hour-long identification for all the items, Dr. Tails does identify the items he has gotten so far. Griaz, from the items you contributed, here's what he returns them to you as they're identified. Morgan's sword is a sword of sharpness. The daggers are a dragon tooth dagger, a dagger of blind sight, and a dagger of venom.
I glance over here in some of those.
Letting you write them down before I continue. Don't want to go too fast. The gloves from the rogue's bag of holding are sticky, which will give you advantage on sleight of hand checks to pickpocket people.
Is it called the sticky fingers?
Yes, they are actually.
And good for climbing walls? No.
I'll say they may help, but they wouldn't necessarily like they won't give you a climbing speed, but
Like in Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'll say you can get creative. From the effects he lists off, the gloves are just incredibly sticky, which means it's easier to steal from people. It's easier to keep grip on your own items. So if someone tries to like disarm you and you have these gloves on, it's harder to disarm you. And when you propose the question, Dr. Tails seems like you could possibly get better at climbing with them. It would be more helping you climb than actually giving you the ability to.
So
Yeah, it's not a spider climbing glove. It's more like if you are rock climbing, it's like wearing those rock climbing gloves that give you a better grip. So it just slip.
The sticky fingers, which are just good for keeping a grip on things for pickpocketing, preventing pickpocketing, and a little bit better at climbing. The ring is a ring of invisibility. The potion is a detoxification potion. It will cure you of any immediate ailments you're suffering from. The monocle is a true sight monocle. It gives you very limited true sight while looking through it. The shield is here. Hold on just a second. Need to see what he would guess. But I will say, while he's finishing up identifying the shield, he does identify the floppy disk, which he identifies as actually an item he's not seen before. But on identifying it, he explains that In theory, if you were to slap this, because it's a slightly sticky and floppy, if you were to slap it up against a solid surface, you could, in theory, walk through it to the other side of a wall or door. Although he does indicate that there is a limit on how thick of a surface you can go through. But for instance, you could use it to go through a locked door or behind a relatively solid wall. The shield he identifies as a shield that gives you resistance to damage from ranged attacks.
Israel looks confused, so she's like, "So a shield?"
Yeah. If it wasn't lightning.
Yeah,
Would he happen to identify any curses on this particular shield?
Identification doesn't reveal curses.
It doesn't. Sure doesn't. All right. Good thing I already got a mimic shield. Does the shield happen to have a target design on it, Matt?
Yeah, it looks slightly like a bullseye.
Yeah. You got it at the local target. It's just it's branded for that. Yeah. Okay. The sword of sharpness. What type of? Is it a great sword?
Yes, great sword.
Okay. Right.
I
think that's everything.
Yeah, that appears to be all the magic items.
Okay.
At least from that.
The deck of cards.
Yes, the deck of cards. The deck of cards are not magical. However, he does indicate to you that they are just mundane, but they're basically you know how those like magician's cards will be lined in such a way to make it easier to stack the deck in specific ways. They're basically made with that sort of lining, which allows you to stack the deck in
like a cheater's deck.
Yeah, it's basically a cheating deck of cards.
You gonna get any use out of that?
I mean, maybe we're going to be on a ship for a while.
All right.
Well, you turn it into Gambit on me?
Who's that?
Oh, he's somebody I know from the small. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds a little bit like a Harris, weirdly enough. Calls everybody like Mon Cher.
I have never said that once in my life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's okay. He went rogue a long time ago. It's fine. Yeah, you can have these cards.
Thanks. We'll talk about some of that other shit.
Oh, yeah, we can divvy this up as is. Yeah.
All right, so Taka, you now have a deck of cards made to help you cheat and several aces you can keep up your sleeves.
Uh-huh.
All right. It is now your turn, Utaka, for the items you retrieved. The bag of scrolls. Dr. Tells doesn't need to identify them. He just needs to read them to see what they can do. He identifies the following scrolls in the bag. Invisibility, Find Familiar, Mage Hand, 2 scrolls of Minor Illusion, 2 scrolls of Counterspell, and he actually pauses at the last scroll. And looking it over, he kind of hesitates, and this one is homemade. It must be a spell that he came up with. Transmutation. Supposedly, if you cast it properly, it can convert any inorganic material into gold.
Heard him kind of muttering about that shit. You think think it'd work?
You said this fellow was a wizard, yes?
Yeah. Seemed to be.
I imagine he wouldn't keep a spell as a scroll if he could add it to a spell book. So I'm guessing it worked enough for him to add it to a spell book, and he simply had the scrolls as a failsafe, or the spell didn't work, and thus he kept the scroll offhandedly. So I've never seen a spell like this before. I'm afraid I can't tell you if it'll work or not. And he kind of shrugs a little bit.
Most of us couldn't use that shit. You want to try it?
I'd be more than happy to experiment with it if you're willing to allow me to keep it.
I mean, any of you give a shit about this scroll of transmute fucking
Israel does
with the
not look like
gold.
she could care any less.
Is it
about
possible
this.
it could backfire and turn you into gold or something?
No, it only works on inorganic material. At worst, maybe your armor will turn to gold, but the spell does seem well designed for what it's worth.
That'd be pretty.
I mean, I am fine with you using it, just not when we're around.
So something big enough, you could stabilize an entire country's economy.
You could turn a mountain into gold.
I don't think its
Something.
range would accommodate that, but and he waves a hand and the scroll disappears. I'll let you know if it turns up any results. It's been a while since I've gotten the chance to study a new spell.
If it works, do you mind testing it on the salt plains that were caused by the ritual? And see if perhaps we could change the salt into gold?
That seems dangerous, but I'd be willing to experiment with the idea.
Because then at least it will prove that at one point we could restore it.
That makes sense. I'll get back to you on that. And he turns to the runic bag you retrieved from the alien creature, Utaka, and cautiously dumping its contents onto the table. You all see, as he works to start identifying things, 100 gold coins, 2 hand axes, 2 daggers, a decanter, 2 inkwells, and a journal with a similar runic symbol on the front, and a brain in a jar.
Okay, what did you say before the 2 daggers?
2 hand axes.
2 hand axes.
Do any of those give off magical auras?
Both of the axes, both of the daggers, the decanter, all give off magic aura. The journal, inkwells, brain in a jar, and the gold appear to be mundane.
Okay. The point, yeah, all the weapons and the decanter.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all.
Kind of push him over to the side.
He looks over. The hand axes and the daggers are relatively simple enchantments to make them stronger. I think the slang that adventurers use for these is +1s. The decanter is meant to hydrate during long trips. It gives you endless water in the event you need it.
I pick that up and hold it close to my chest.
All right, so so you 100 gold, 2 +1 axes, 2 +1 daggers, a decanter of endless water, 2 inkwells, a journal, and a brain in a jar.
With the brain in the jar, I'm gonna look over to Ivran and kind of like reach over and slide the jar. You want to take this back to him?
I think Ivran at this point just looks despairingly at each and every single one of you and just completely
Israel, look
ignoring
back at you
you.
and what?
Yeah, Gaharis also was like, I had nothing to do with this. I was on a date.
As was he. But he'll just ignore Utaka's comment. Will go over to Griaz and offer him a small pouch of gold, the katana he got, and his immovable rod. And he'll say, I will exchange these for the sword of sharpness.
But hold on to your stuff, man. I was going to give you the sword anyway.
He's going to give it back to her, probably.
Oh.
Exactly, and Israel's got her arms crossed and is going like, yeah. That's what.
Ivran bows graciously. And he'll just leave the room at this point.
Israel's gonna follow Ivran, actually. She's gonna be like, she would pat Harris and go, congratulations on your winnings. But then she'd also just be walking out the door.
It won't be a buzzkill. I am going to take that immovable rod.
He would have probably just left it there at whatever. I think they were around a table, yeah.
Yeah, a table to
So-
keep the items and scrolls out of the flood of alcohol.
So I don't know if there's anything else in here, and I'm just gonna like empty the bag of holding at this point. See if there's anything else tumbling out.
Bees. Just bees.
Just bees. No, that's all. All that's left is the bag of things you stole from the Gnomish Artificer, which you can. So Ivron and Israel leave. Garrus, do you want to stick around to see what the inventions do?
I think... Did Griaz give the sword over to Ivron? Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, perfect. I think Griaz, with Ivron gone, now Ivron has to be the dad. And Garrus will like lean against the wall, and I will just kind of fold my arms and watch, and I think I would just be like, I hope that you are proud of yourselves. That you did the most heroic thing.
I kind of glanced to Griaz.
Some of those adventurers are probably going to die as a result of losing these items. But I'm sure that you are fine with that.
We're not gonna. Nothing here is life-saving. I mean, most of this stuff, the stuff I stole from the rogue, that's all life-taking stuff. If anything, we saved lives.
I mean, that is fair. I cannot.
But you want that star spawn to have this shit? He's gonna thumb at the weapons and the brain.
I mean, I don't judge people by the look of their appearance. They could be a kind and welcoming person.
Harris, I think you would look really good with this monocle.
I think that I will take it away.
It gives you true sight. I know you got your divine sense and whatever else, but hey, this for scouting up for keeping an eye out for us.
Which you're always really great at.
You're fantastic. Monocle of true sight.
I think you could both have to roll deception.
No!
No, it's being genuine. Yeah.
This is not deception.
You're definitely trying to butter him up, though.
Well,
yes.
But that's...
I'd say that'd be
Persuasion,
persuasion then. Also, yeah, as a side note, so yeah, I agree. As make sure you do note that Ivron did give you the immovable rod in exchange for the sword of sharpness. So
It is a 17 persuasion.
I rolled a 16. That's a 16 total for me. Yep.
That's a 17 flat for me because it's a +0.
Gosh, and we don't even know if this is cursed. That's okay. Harris is gonna sell this, so it doesn't matter. Well, I am very disappointed, but you made a good call. The city is probably safer, and I will tuck the monocle in and leave the room.
You're welcome.
So you're talking bribery is great in situations like that.
It's like he forgot that like 15 minutes ago we were helping him win at a fucking cheating game. But now, because Ivron's mad, he's like, oh, now I gotta be mad too.
It's all right. Well, I'm gonna play dad sometimes. It's fine. You know, this is us playing catch, and this is a bonding moment.
Poor we were like a week ago.
Literally like 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Right?
I don't know where Harris got all that money from. I literally had 69 gold, and he just kept showing it out from somewhere. Now, look at me. Rich man Griaz, living on top of the hill.
I'm gonna
in a house like a fancy
hand
man.
Up for like a big old high five.
Your achievements are noted. Mistra doesn't seem actually mad, more just like she seems to enjoy that it's causing difficulty in the group.
You'd have done the same thing.
I did not say I wouldn't. I find it incredibly funny.
But I really do gotta make like a stop today before all the shops are closed.
Yeah.
So
the dagger of blind sight, how does that work?
Blind fight. Beat.
Does it give you blind sight? With like when you hold it, is that the?
I'm pulling it up 1 second.
Yeah, you're all good. I'm speculating.
While you're attuned to it, you get 30 feet of blind sight.
Okay, that's not terrible. Okay, there's this range, ring of invincibility, and the knife gloves. I'm guessing that works as a melee weapon.
Yeah, it's basically functionally just a dagger with some flavor.
Right, that's fair.
Mistra needs a shirt that says, "I'm here to cause problems."
Yeah.
That's it. Like, that's her souvenir shirt.
All right.
You want one of these? I will hold up one of the +1 daggers. Glance.
Yeah. Did you? I got things I can turn into with blind sight. Did you want the dagger of blind sight? I'll trade you.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Well, this is us exchanging our Halloween candy.
Yeah, basically. Dr. Tails holds out one of his spectral mage hands at the end of his wrists, and Dr. Ulysses and I would be happy to identify the remaining items while you, and he kind of glances between you and Griaz, trade.
50.
Yeah.
Israel, do you want the ring of invisibility?
Oh, Israel has left the room. She went after
yeah,
Ivron.
she's gone. Okay.
She wouldn't really want something like that anyway. She's got the cloak.
That's right. You seem like you could use a ring of invisibility.
I sure fucking could.
All right. This shield seems problematic.
Why?
Like, why would paint a target on a shield? You know what I mean?
Even if they hit you, it does less damage anyway. I wouldn't be too concerned about it.
Maybe it's like a taunt thing. Like you're
Maybe.
like,
I mean,
haha,
do you use a
fucking
shield?
hit me.
I got Junior.
Glance to the shield on my back.
You have it. You just don't use it.
I mean, like I hold it, but nothing hits me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I was probably gonna sell it anyway.
Maybe Basil wants it. Huh?
There you go. All right. We'll settle and sell later.
All right. Finally, all that remains is the gnome from Terminus's bag of inventions that Utaka swiped. This one takes the longest, as these items are not technically magic; they are mundane inventions, and Dr. Ulysses has to assist Dr. Tails in testing them to identify their functions. But if you guys are willing to wait, they do eventually gesture to each of the items and explain what they can do. All right, I gotta admit, this is some good craftsmanship. Gotta hand it to the gnomes. This here, and she holds up a long metal rod with a flat metal disc at the end, is meant to attract gold, likely for dungeon delving. Wave it around, and she waves it over you, Taka, and several coins fly from your pockets and stick to the disc.
That ain't magic?
That's technology. Basic magnetism.
The fuck?
They kind of scrape the gold coins off of the disc and hand them back to you. This, and she gestures to an odd, like, multi-tiered, like tubes of metal, the bottom more flat, the top more rounded, with a smaller tube connecting them. And Dr. Ulysses slides a glass under one of them. Dr. Tails waves a spectral hand and the glass fills with water. And Dr. Ulysses hits a button on top and the whole thing shakes and vibrates, and you watch as the water begins to turn a dark red color. And Dr. Ulysses uses a tentacle to pick up the glass and holds it out to you, Griaz. I think you'll find this is wine now.
Huh. All right.
Does that like always work?
It'll need a pre-existing liquid to convert into some kind of alcohol, but yes, although it does need to recharge. So
I mean, like, I can make water. So will this thing just like always? Because it's how does technology work?
If you combine that with your decanter of endless water, can you make endless wine?
This here is, and she actually stops to read some gnomish writing on the side. Magic containment field. Best I can gather. And Dr. Tails sticks his arm. The item itself is this. It reminds you a lot of the immovable rod that you've been given, Griaz. Just this like tube that like weighs itself down onto the surface. And as he sticks his arm into range of the pole, his spectral hands disappear. No magic is allowed to continue functioning within a small distance of it.
I don't want that thing anything near me.
Your decision. I'm more than happy to keep it.
Wait, could you describe it? It's a rod or what?
Yeah,
is
but
it?
basically it's a like thick metal rod that like you stand it up like height wise, and magic ceases to function within a small range of it.
Is it like within 5 feet of it, or?
Yeah, it appears to be roughly a 5-foot range, maybe a little bit closer. Like you would have to like either just forget it was there and accidentally have an item too close to it, or like basically you don't imagine you could like charge a spellcaster with it. It's a little inconvenient, but it definitely is functional for what it's worth.
Seems fucking useful though. Is that? But that didn't break like the bag of holding being in it, right?
Well, that bag, and she gestures to the bag you took from the artificer, wasn't a bag of holding. That was just a regular satchel. As for whether it would break the bag of holding, I imagine it's probably because it was turned off at the time. She twirls a set of goggles around one of her tentacles. Goggles of Omnisight. And she gestures to a small crank on the right side of them. Turn this, and it can give you different types of vision, although it can only give you one at a time. She holds up a small wristwatch and hits a button on it, and you watch as a small tube with a flat surface exits the top of it and fires a small dart into the wall. Dart gun. Easy to smuggle and effective as a weapon, more or less. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's easy to sneak in, and they kind of slide the wristwatch back onto the table. Dr. Tails holds up what appears to be a gnome-sized and mundane-looking sweater, but Ulysses picks up the dart that the dart gun had fired and flings it at the shirt, and you watch as a shield like emerges from the stitching of the sweater to block the dart. Automatic armor. Doesn't look like armor to the casual observer, but automatically engages defenses when you're attacked. She holds up a small, almost screen, a very simple metal with a flat, smooth screen on the front. Probability calculator. Hold it in front of something when you want to figure out what the odds of something going your way or not going your way are, and it gives you a rough estimate of how likely you are to pull off what you're trying to do.
I got better magic than that for that.
And Dr. Tails holds out the final item from the gnome's bag to you, Griaz. It's a belt with a small blue button on the front. And Dr. Tails gives a very slight smirk. Do you ever get the feeling of deja vu?
I feel like you've said that already.
I have. Temporal dilation belt. Lets you repeat the last 6 seconds if they didn't go your way.
And thank you.
But I'd be careful with all this. Magic items are reliable, spells are consistent, magic has rules. Unlike magic, technology can simply have errors and not work properly. So they all work and they appear to be more or less safe. Just bear in mind that technology isn't as reliable as magic is sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be careful what you wish for. Everything has a price. It's not always money. Yeah, come on. These are needful things. All right, we got this.
All right.
I don't know about that rod of no magic fuckery though. I don't want that near all my shit I actually like.
Anything you want to keep, feel free to take. It's yours after all. Anything you leave behind, I'll add to my list of experiments.
I mean, that'll be useful for you, right? You're doing all this.
Yeah, keep things from damaging the lab if things get out of hand. So yeah, if none of you want it, I'd be happy to keep it.
I mean, who else would we give it to, right?
What's exactly what does it do again?
She gestures to the rod and hits the button to turn it off. Set it down, turn it on, and anything magical within a very small immediate distance of it ceases to be magical until it exits the field. Its range is small, but I imagine it could be helpful in emergencies.
I mean,
Just be careful not to have it turned on and roll it around. Might hit some of your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds riskier than useful, but could be useful. I don't know. I'm kind of a pack rat when it comes to this stuff. I think each and every one of us is magical a little bit, and now we're pretty much loaded to bear with magical stuff. I don't want to get too close to our stuff. Why don't you just hold on to it, Tails, and if we need it, we'll come back for it.
Sounds good. Might do some work to upgrade it myself. All right, so if you guys are not taking the magical containment field, that leaves the gold attractor, the drink creator, the omnisite goggles, the dart gun, the automatic armor, the probability calculator, and the temporal dilation belt.
I will need a list of that after the
Well, do you just want to take all of that and divvy it out later?
I will just shove it all back in the bag of holding.
All right.
Yeah, I was at least going to take the temporal dilation belt and probably the omni goggles.
All right, so Griaz, you now have a sort of steampunk set of goggles that, with a flick of the lever on the right side, lets you switch between various types of sight. And the temporal dilation belt, you can hit the button as a reaction and repeat your turn in combat.
The omni goggles, what kind of is that? Like blind sight, true sight?
It goes.
Vision?
Here, just a second. I got it listed here. It's on blind sight by default. Flick it again for dark vision. Flick it twice for tremor sense, and flick it 3 times for true sight.
All right.
All right, I will scoop up whatever other winnings are still on the table back into the bag and kind of give the wonderful employees of Goldshine Investigations a bit of a 2-finger salute.
Y'all take tips? Is it customary?
I'm not going to turn it down.
Have a goal.
That's almost insulting.
I don't understand. I have more money than I have ever had in my life. I don't understand. God damn it. Fine. Have 40 gold.
Dr. Ulysses smiles and takes it gratefully and gives a bow. I'll let you know if my experiments turn up anything, and I hope you guys enjoy your takes. Just be sure that... Oh?
No, sorry. And we gave you the no magic fuckwad wand thing, and Tails, you got that spell you're gonna fuck around with?
The transmutation scroll, which I'm very eager to get to my experiments with.
Meester, do you want anything?
Oh, I'm something of a collector, but this is you people's thing first and foremost. And she kind of hesitates and looks over everything and gives a wide smile. To be honest, any enjoyment I'd get out of sitting on them like a dragon would pale in comparison to the laughs I'm going to get seeing what they end up actually doing.
All right. I mean, you can keep the brain in the jar if you want.
I absolutely am going to.
Yeah, I really thought you might. Not
Take care,
gonna
Taka.
lie, that's gonna fit on your shelves.
You take care, Taka. Enjoy the festival.
Yeah.
And as the two of you, with your just saddlebags bursting with magical gear and advanced technology, and your disappointed parental figures out ahead of you, we're going to take a break.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a, let's say, what, 10-minute break? Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45 Eastern Standard. Stay tuned, get some water, get some snacks. We'll be back. Hey everybody, we're back! I hope you didn't miss us too much. I know that we said 45, but we had some logistical stuff with all of our gold that we had to talk about. How to spend it, where to spend it, what we wanted, and how many hirelings could we effectively afford for a year-long period, given that skilled hirelings cost 2 GP per day.
I get more NPCs to manage.
How many until Matt quits? I'd like to hire 50 hirelings.
Matt
All right, I'll
No.
get to making backstories.
They're all
right.
named Greg. I've hired every Greg in Valebright.
There's GRG, GREG, GREGG, GRAEG,
Yeah, Greg the human,
GHREAG. Yeah.
Greg the human, Grog the orc, Grug the grung.
Because I'm gonna have to have them battle it out across this continent for who is the real Greg.
Until the tiniest
ultimate
Greg
Greg.
wins.
Until the best Greg.
All
There's
right.
no holds barred.
So, as the disappointed parental figures leave the rogues to their candy sorting and magic item identification, I believe Ivran and Israel, you had left. Harris, did you stay with the rogues?
I stayed for the first half of the bag because then they gave me the monocle. They had left beforehand.
Okay. So, Ivran
So
and
I would be a
Israel,
little behind.
Okay, so Ivran and Israel, what are the two of you up to? As you're heading through headquarters while the rogues sort out their newly acquired belongings.
Ron is striding back to the Lucky Griffin on his long shanks because he's super tall.
Yeah. I think she would have offered, like, do you want me to come with you? Because otherwise she's, I think, going to go outside and just sort of, like, stand there. She doesn't know what she wants to do. Because, like, her plan tonight was effectively interrupted and sort of kind of ruined. Not ruined, really. It's just cut short, and now she's not even sure she wants to go back to it.
I think if Ron would just give her a glance, like, you can come if you'd like. Maybe looking to see if she wanted company as well, because he is being hasty. He doesn't like to be hasty.
She just sort of said, nah, don't worry about it. How are you going to tell her, like, what are you going to tell her when you give her her sword?
As always, I will be honest. With that, he gives a bow and he will turn and go back to the Lucky Griffin.
You're like, all right, man, that's a decision.
All right. So, Ivran, you start heading back to the Lucky Griffin. Israel, what are you going to do, if anything?
She might just start wandering down the street, quite honestly, trying to see, are the stores open even still? Like, what is still out here for the festival?
Yeah, you do see a bulk of these shops are still open. In fact, you imagine a lot of them will likely be open later than usual to, allow for the more nocturnal variety of customer to visit there. Garrus picking up the rear. Israel's wandering the streets and enjoying the festival. Everyone's heading to the Lucky Griffin to be an honest man. What are you up to?
I think my first thing would be like, oh no, I was a dumb boyfriend and my girlfriend is gone. Where did she go?
I'll
And
clarify, she's not walking quickly, and so she probably hasn't left the thoroughfare, so if, like, this road is straight, he might even be able to spot her not all that far.
oh yeah, and I'm not wearing my armor, so it's like, whoo, 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 whoo.
All right.
Because we're in fancy outfits.
Harris, with this thought running through your head, you kind of jog a little bit and thankfully managed to catch Israel on the way out of headquarters. As Ivran strides far ahead towards the Lucky Griffin. So
We
are
have
you
to
content to just
hydrate. For Fox, hydrate before you dehydrate.
got it? And also, Garrus, are you just content to join Israel for just chilling at the festival for a while?
Gaharis kind of brought us to the snowball fight, so I think Gaharis will be like leads the way. I will just follow. Do you want to look at some shops?
I mean, there's not really much point in looking at shops. My coin's kind of committed at the moment.
I mean, I have presumably come into a fair amount of gold. Since I don't really have a vast need for, I was going to buy some plate armor, Maybe
Exactly,
Aurel
like,
did
don't
not
you
get
need it for
electrocuted?
And she goes, well, don't you need it for that? Isn't it really expensive?
I'd almost afforded it prior to that game.
All right. No harm in looking. What do you
And-
want to look for? I don't really have anything I need, per se.
Perhaps we should.
Or we can find another game.
As my lady wishes.
She seems amused by this and goes, very well. So they're going to walk along, I guess, the festival wares and probably find another game to play that might result in less people being angry with it.
Okay, noted. All right, and Utaka and Griez, just so we know what everyone's doing, what are the two of you going to be doing? Israel and Garrus are enjoying the festival. Everyone's heading back to the Lucky Griffin. What are the two of you going to do?
Well, Utaka basically has to hide out for a couple of days.
I'm gonna slip toward a blacksmith for my last few hours of freedom.
All right.
Then he goes hiding in the attic. Oh.
I will go to the blacksmith that I believe Ulysses recommended to me, which is the gnomish blacksmith in town.
Okay. Noted. Griaz, what are you going to be doing?
I think he was going to go try to get the studded leather armor, but I can't remember who they were getting that from.
Basil. And
Was
he
it
said
Basil?
he had to wait till his shipment came in, which was going to be in a few days from now.
So in that case, Griaz doesn't want to be a third wheel on any dates or anything like that. He's just going to probably just explore the festival a little bit without intent.
All right.
Maybe try to keep an eye out for any of the people that he actively stole from and avoid them, but otherwise try to just be generally inconspicuous.
All right. In that case.
So no horse crimes.
No horse crimes.
No horse crimes today.
Yeah, today.
There were bugbear crimes today. You can't
just guilt about
overlap.
his horse crimes today.
There was a moment of guilt when that man who was missing the glass eye got bit, but it faded, as old guilt does.
All right. Ivron, you up first. You stride to the Lucky Griffin as your compatriots enjoy the festival and head to make their own purchases. And as you head inside, the Lucky Griffin is in chaos. You see the Star Spawn pinning the Gherkin, the halfling boy, to the table, and he's just like, "I didn't take it, I swear!" And she like pounds the table next to him and just, "Don't you lie to me!" And like you can see Goldie, the sprite girl, and Fiffinel yelling at each other and arguing as as Morgan has to pull Fiffinel back, as Fiffinel still seems pretty drunk from the drinking game, but has at least woken up. And the two of them are at each other's throats, and you can see multiple people fighting and arguing over perceived thefts.
Ivron walks in with the sword, I would say, underneath his cloak, as he doesn't want, it's unsheathed, so he doesn't want to seem like he's coming at anybody. But he'll walk in and try not to get hit. And he'll go up to Morgana. And,
right,
and
easy.
he'll just he'll stick the sword in the table. Say, "Do not leave this lying around, my lady."
She kind of everyone at the table kind of pauses their fight as you slam it down, and she gives a sigh and picks it up and quickly sheaths it, and she kind of stares at you for a moment as the fighting is briefly stopped. And you know who took it?
I know thieves took it.
She kind of growls a little bit of the inner orc jumping out, but She sighs and collects herself and
Such
Ivron,
things happen during a festival, my lady.
Ivron, I love you like a brother. Tell your friends to keep their sticky fingers to themselves.
Ron just graciously bows, as he has always done.
Mhm.
She gives a nod, seeming at least satisfied for now. And she kind of gently holding Fifinel up by the arms, lowers her voice and whispers to you. And what should I tell the others?
I can't say for certain, but perhaps if you inquire with the GSIA, they might assist you either in getting your items back or perhaps compensating you. Go ask for a job under my recommendation. And if you see Mistra, and he would describe her as the gnome that she is, talk to her directly and tell her I sent you.
I don't know about a job, but something tells me that reporting this to the GSIA would be something of a conflict of interest.
Perhaps.
Tell me, if this crime is reported, how likely are we to see our belongings returned?
I can't say for sure, for I do not know where your belongings are in good conscience.
Of course, of course.
I could hope that you will receive them fairly quickly, with the help of the GSIA.
She gives you a slow, kind of unreadable nod, and kind of shakes the struggling gnome in her grip, and just, all right, Fifi, we're gonna let the good detectives know that your stuff's been taken, and they're gonna try and get it back, okay? And she just kind of drunkenly sways in the orc woman's grip, seeming very unfocused and distant. And just, they took all of my money and they took my stuff. And just, I know. And she kind of pats the gnomish girl's head. Why don't we get you to bed first, and then we'll see the detectives in the morning. And she kind of nods to the rest of her party. Come on, we're leaving. And the sprite, still like a little drunk from the round she did do during Mimic Roulette, it's like, you're not the boss of me. But Morgan just unceremoniously like grabs her like you would grab a bird, and just starts walking out of the Lucky Griffin with her sword returned. Her party begins to file out after her. Kind of glancing to the table that was being used for Mimic Roulette, but has now been repurposed as sort of an improvised brawl, as Gherkin's allies have forced the Star Spawn off of him, and the alien creature looks at the party of adventurers very angrily, but as her eyes trail from one to the next, to the next, to the next, she kind of gives a and the tentacles kind of like flail, as she turns her attention to you. And I believe you wear the GSIA badge proudly, don't you?
Yes.
You. And she slides off of the table and starts to approach you. She's relatively tall, has a lanky but relatively like athletic build, and kind of looks you up and down and just, you wouldn't happen to know what became of my belongings, would you?
Who's to know? I have no idea what your belongings are, my good. And he'll like wait for an introduction of their name.
Avron, make me a wisdom saving throw.
ones I'm good at. That is a 25.
She kind of furrows her brow, looking you over, and gives a. She still doesn't introduce herself as she like leans into you insistently and just, I would like to report a theft.
Very well. I don't happen to have my quill or parchment, but if you would like, I can escort you to the GSI headquarters, and we can make the report there.
She kind of stares a bit and looks over the people in the tavern who are looking at her terrified and looks back to you and just, very well. And kind of unceremoniously brushes past you. Well, are we going?
I think before he turns, he just scans the room to look at everybody else to see if anybody else has any grievance they want to bring up. But he's going to look very sternly, as if don't come and talk to me.
You see that the rogues who had been sitting at a table on their own seem to be accusing each other of stealing the other's items, and other than them, for the most part, if anybody else has noticed the thefts, they haven't like acted on it or brought it up to you. But you can see the wizard who had the bag of scrolls kind of pull up Gherkin by his collar and like whisper something to him that you can't hear, but Gherkin just gives a I promise I didn't take anything. And the wizard kind of unceremoniously throws him back onto the table. And from the sounds of it, a lot of thefts are being noticed, but the Starspawn woman was the only one who thought to report it rather than accuse someone else.
All right. Yeah, and Ivron turns, and he begins to escort the Starspawn to the headquarters.
All right. Geharis and Israel out enjoying the festival. You find a variety of games. Another round of Mimic Roulette has begun. You see on a somewhat sloped hill on the bottom rung of Veilbright, a sort of low grade catapult has been set up. And with the objective of the game seeming to be hitting the activation switch as hard as you can and see if that is enough to get the catapult to fling a very heavy looking boulder resting on its holding area. And up in the middle tier of Veilbright, you see a relatively simple carnival game of simply trying to toss a very heavy bag of sand as far as you can.
How heavy is this bag of sand?
It
And what was the other option?
The bag of sand looks pretty heavy. Even relatively strong-looking adventurers are having to lift it with two arms. And the other one is basically a medieval equivalent of one of those, like, you know, hit the hammer to try and strike the bell kind of games. You hit the activation switch of a catapult as hard as you can and see if the catapult is able to fling a heavy rock, and if it does, you win. Both of these games appear to have, while the sandbag one does not appear to have anything in the realm of winnings, it's simply for fun. The catapult game does have a pot slowly building, and whoever can actually successfully get the rock to move will win whatever's in the pot at the time.
Is there any place to dance, or maybe not to play any games that
That require gambling.
Yeah, I have already used most of my luck today. So
Good. Good decision.
And I have a wonderful, lovely date to entertain. So perhaps some dancing?
She looks extremely pleased by that and would nod. Yes, yes, that'd be great.
That is wonderful because I wasn't planning. I like pull out a sheet of paper that has like 3 dancing places that I already took a note of. Be like, I think that down the road there is a wonderful dancing place that was being arranged.
Perfect. Let's go there.
And I will offer like the quirk of an arm.
Oh yeah, she's already on his arm.
Yeah, and
We're there.
I will lead Israel to the dancing. If it's kind of lulled, I will tip the bard 5 gold to maybe give some slow dances.
God.
Easy enough to do. Okay.
I'm like, DJ, play that one song.
Alright.
Play Freebird.
God.
That
All
7-minute slow dance song that everyone plays at the last song.
Okay. As the afternoon is getting rather late at this point, Utaka, you make your way to the Smiths, specifically the Copperpiece family smithery that Ulysses recommended for what you were wanting to accomplish would be the best fit. If we can play it out if you want to, but we've already discussed behind the scenes what the actual deal would be. So you can try to haggle if you want, or we can simply note that the order is made and go from there.
I think he might try and haggle this time.
Make me a persuasion check.
All right, because he's feeling a little rich at the moment. No. that was a solid 5.
No, they do not seem intent on lowering the price any further. However, they do say they can give you what you want within a few days if you're able to pay.
All right, so... yeah, like definitely like a few days because like we are leaving town.
All right. The same Genasi boy who was distributing armors that the group ran into before takes your order. You gave me a few ranges of how many of these you wanted to order. How many are you gonna settle on? Because that'll affect the price.
I want 50.
Okay. So that'll be 150 gold. Although, yeah, if you're ordering all at once, it'll be 100. 100 gold for 50 of these.
Actually, make that a 51. I think you should keep one.
The boy seems.
I'll pay for it.
The boy seems a little confused, but accepts it regardless, and your order is placed. He says that you should be able to get what you want within about 3 days with what you paid.
All right.
Okay. About this time, the sky is starting to darken, and the late afternoon to night is growing cold. Ivron, you bring the angry woman who has still yet to introduce herself to the GSA headquarters, and who you're going to take her to meet.
Most likely whoever's at the front desk, but if not, would Mistra still be there?
I actually have who's working the front desk noted, so we'll go with that. Just if you're looking to just get this person off your hands and get her case sorted, so.
Ron will stay at the front desk to make sure this person isn't intimidated, but yeah, it's gonna work up the chain because it's all just a bureaucracy.
All right. Okay. Working at the front desk. You've seen this person a few times, although yeah, like given that you have gone out of your way to be involved, you would probably know this person. you know them to be a monk of sorts that is told to do this job simply by dint of their temperament suits them to it. And this elvish monk working at the front desk, simply meditating silently as you open the door and the Starspawn woman storms in, and slams a hand on the desk. The monk simply opening their eyes slowly, barely reacting and looking up. Yes. I need to report a theft. Do tell. While I was drinking at the Lucky Griffin today, trying to keep the idiot's thoughts and loud voices out of my head, my bag was stolen from me. I see. And he just kind of stares at her silently, and she returns it and just kind of, and after a moment, the monk continues. I am sorry to tell you that we deal in supernatural investigations. A theft is not what our people are meant for. And most of our field teams are busy at the moment. And the woman kind of lowers her head, and Ivron, the monk, seems completely unintimidated and unafraid of her.
That doesn't keep Ivron from wincing. This is not going to go well, but cool.
I would be more than happy to direct you to the guards who would be more qualified for this investigation. The woman's tentacles froth and writhe angrily. But the monk kind of tilts his head slightly and, were these belongings important to you? I simply borrowed them from someone who did not need them anymore, but I do not appreciate my things being stolen. I see. Captain Blackmont, I would be more than happy to organize a meeting with the guards for her. You may go.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
He gives a bow of the head and steeples his hands. And you are free to go. He seems confident that he can handle the woman more or less.
He also gives a bow to the lady and just says, perhaps we'll meet again, my lady. Under better circumstances, and he will try to get the heck out of there.
All right, noted. All right, and is there anything notable you'd like to do, Iran, before nightfall?
No, I think everyone's pretty much had it with tonight. He's just gonna go to bed.
All right. The first day of the winter festival passes. Geharis and Israel, you have a beautiful night of dancing slowly. As the night falls, most of the songs the bards are playing tend to be slower, more romantic songs. Ivron, you head home, just exhausted. Utaka, trying to juggle having a spring in your step from your order being placed, but also being cautious and trying to stay out of sight as you do not know where your various victims are at the moment. And Griaz, enjoying the sights of the festival as the first day draws to a close. Is there anything you guys would like to do before bunking down for the night? Okay. All right, just mundane Yep. All right. Well, remember, you've some of you have asked this the copper pieces before. They don't deal in magic armors, but they can get you a custom plate mail if you want. Gate. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you want to just order the plate mail from the copper pieces and then have Basil enchant the armor afterwards? Okay. All right. If you want it to be a rush order, how quick are you talking for rushing? Yeah, that's right.
Like a shield.
And all right. If you're willing to wait out the full 6 days that you had agreed on, the copper pieces actually point out you won't need to rush it for that. It will be done before you leave. So it'll be 1,500 for a set of plate mail. All right. And they begin working on your order. Absolutely. You can describe it now or describe it whenever the party sees it for the first time. All right. Okay. So, the first day of the festival completed. You all return home and begin to bunker down for the night. Geharis and Israel, you enjoyed a beautiful romantic evening at the festival, surrounded by couples and feeling the love. Geharis, your order of armor, and Utaka, your special order has been placed. Griaz, you have a lot of magical and technological gear to show for your efforts for the day. And Ivron, you're just disappointed. Your comrades are thieves and their victims are ungrateful.
But right after we got them named the heroes of Veilbright. Good job, team.
That being said, you all get a long rest. And I will say, is there any particular plans you guys will have during the duration of your stay for the festival?
There is an additional thing that I will need to do.
Absolutely. What would you like to do?
I don't know if other people have plans.
I mean, you could go first. I've got nothing
All right.
pressing to.
All right, so I think on the second day, Utaka would contact Regina with a sending spell. Probably go roughly like, "Hey, how you doing? You okay?"
All right. Is that the extent of the message?
Yeah. It's okay. He can cast it again.
No, of
You can
course.
reply to this message.
Her response is actually very fast. She, "Oh, hello, Taka. I was gonna join you for the festival yesterday, but I saw that you were with someone else. But I've cleared my schedule if you want to play some games or something before you leave."
He will cast sending again. Yeah, why not? Where are you?
I'll meet you at your place. Do you have anything
Maybe
you'd
we
like?
can... Oh, sorry, he can't actually respond. Sorry.
Is there anything in particular you would like to do?
Silence. I guess she's gonna come there.
Yeah. She did say she would come.
He will not be using his third cast.
All right. As you all are readying for another day of festivities, Regina arrives at the house to pick up Utaka. Utaka, do you have any plans for how you'd like to spend the day with her?
You leave the house to the call of less crimes. Have fun.
You know, I deserve that. I say, looking to Regina. Point back.
Oh, yeah, yes, I've heard the guards are... Yes, a lot of... I heard some poor old man lost his glass eye.
That one wasn't me.
I wasn't saying it was you, just there's been a lot of theft. It's a real shame.
Yeah, real shame what's happening in these times.
But let's not worry about that. I'm sure you'd notice if someone tried to steal from you. And
Maybe,
I
maybe
don't.
it's best if we like do stuff in the house.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. Um, and she gives a actual smile and seems content to spend the day with you. And you find out while talking with her that yes, she had indeed attempted to make contact with you yesterday, but saw that you were with Dr. Ulysses and did not want to intrude.
Can I insight check? Does she think I was on a date?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Cool. That's 19.
She seems to assume it was a date, but isn't being like judgmental or accusatory about it.
All right. I'm a note that and note her discomfort with that and not address it because I don't know how to address stuff like that.
Valid. All right.
But that day, so the second day, I would like to just spend with her kind of like hanging out, doing what makes her happy, I guess, in like a as friendly as I can be.
It takes a little bit of prodding to get her comfortable enough to actually address what she would like to do. And while she seems like she would most enjoy being out on the town and enjoying the festival with you, seeing as you're kind of nudging for that to not be the course of action, she just not seeming to have a particular activity in mind, just talks about what she's been up to lately and her day and what she did at the festival yesterday. Occasionally mentioning the stories of the thefts she's heard about, some of which were definitely you.
I think as the day kind of progressed, he would eventually kind of like hearing some of these stories and be like, hey, let me show you something.
And to her credit, she actually seems like just kind of like she had assumed a lot of them were you. In fact, she seems more surprised by the ones that weren't you because it sounded like it would have been you.
I eventually come clean with her and then tell her these wild stories about what happened and like play it up as much as I can.
She seems a lot more comfortable with you taking the lead and doing the talking and seems genuinely enraptured by the stories and laughs at like the descriptions you give of the various adventurers and like impressed at Griaz's skill that she had no idea he possessed.
Show her your fish.
Oh yeah, and if other people are out of the house, if Griaz isn't in his room, I'll bring her to that room and show her the bathtub.
She smiles a bit at the somewhat makeshift accommodations for the fish, but does seem genuinely enchanted by the fish itself. She doesn't seem to have the same discomfort with fish that she has with a lot of other animals. With that, does anyone else have anything noteworthy for just, again, the next few days of the festival in general before
I would like to do something very different on day 3.
Okay.
So that was day 2.
If depending on who is at the house, Israel might remain at the house and seems to be working on something either in her room or generally just like out in the living room. She's going to be sewing something, it appears. Unless, of course, Gaheris asked her out again that day, in which case she would not. But
Gaheris will ask you out on the 4th day. Prior to that, I think that Gaheris stays in his room unless someone approaches. But you can hear talking.
there are times when Israel approaches the room to like knock and check if you're okay or like if you're hungry. But otherwise it'd be like, okay.
Yeah, it sounds like someone is reading out loud from a book.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's definitely just like a Harris, like, and then they held hands and walked the night away, and like.
He is suspicious, but she will hold her questions until they are out again, in which case she would ask him about it. probably
Okay.
under.
Griaz, what are you going to be doing for a few days?
So there's the whole thing with Basil to get the armor, and he'll probably offload a couple of magic items that he's not going to use, kind of in that exchange. Aside from that, he might try to meet up with Buckler because she did ask to have drinks.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, he's going to be working with Junior on their shield
Right.
techniques because he really wants to be able to deploy Junior, essentially. Essentially throw his shield and have Junior kind of do his own stuff. So he's going to be working with his mimic.
Okay, so mimic training, have a drink with Buckler at some point, and have a exchange with Basil at some point. Got it.
Israel would also go and get her armor eventually, but that would probably be after.
Yeah, that's an Israel thing to do.
Okay. And Ivran, is there anything in particular you have in mind that you would like to do?
I think all Ivran will do is, as the festival's going on, just greet dignitaries and any nobles that were now making their way to Veilbright, and kind of just go back to his duties. I think in some off times, though, go to the, what was it, a temple that held like a whole bunch of archives, and he might look up more information or try to find more information on, I think her name is Andrasta.
Yeah. Okay.
The goddess, the dead goddess. So.
Yep. Okay. All right. In that case, we'll take this one at a time. Utaka, on day 3, what would you like to do?
I towards the end of day 2, I would ask Regina if she wants to come back over tomorrow.
Of course. I've cleared my schedule. I know you all are going to be in town for at least a few days, so I thought it'd be appropriate. But if you need my help with anything, and she nods to Israel, like sewing in the corner, and I'd be happy to accompany if you all need a doctor. But yes, I'd be more than happy to come over tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, could you just do that, and I don't know, bring your stuff maybe. Whatever.
What do you like to eat? Israel says to her place on the couch.
I'll take anything, just as long as it's not meat.
Noted. Thanks. She's gonna do shopping for more food probably for the next few days that they're here. So
Yeah, I'll say for a few days worth of food in addition to what you already have at the house. I'll say like 6 days with what you already have, like a gold and 2 silver.
exactly. So usually it's like dinners only. So like dinners
Yeah.
and a little bit of breakfast food, and she does accommodate Regina's request for a non-meat dish or 2 within that. So.
And Utaka, in response to you, she kind of tilts her head and just, all of my stuff? Or...
Well, I mean, I don't know, like... Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is she moving in, or is she coming along? I think that's the clarity.
You are... I don't know, just like bring your shit. Why you gotta like do this, Israel? Come on.
She's just laughing at this point as she leaves the room.
Regina kind of giggles a little bit and nods. Okay, I'll gather my things and come by tomorrow. And she gives you a small, kind of awkward bow and gets up to head home for the night.
I think as she leaves, she hears me like turning and like ripping into Israel. Like, why do you have to make things weird? Like that kind.
Why do you have to be weird and vague?
You can hear Regina kind of keep giggling on the way out.
So
Griaz. No, you first. I thought that was the end of your thing. So go
well,
ahead.
that was day 2. So day 3, if we wanted to go through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're just covering what everyone's doing during the festival, so.
So when she comes back on day 3, I have very different plans. I think this day he seemed a lot more serious. Basically, the day prior, he had been trying to let her enjoy the day, because day 3 he's doesn't think she's gonna enjoy very much. uh, but and this is a conversation he would only start having if they are actually alone in a room.
Yeah, which easy enough to do. Israel and Griaz are doing some magic item shopping. Gaharis is up in his room by himself, and Avron's out on the town. So easy enough to get a room privately.
Yeah. So I think you and I both know there's some shit you gotta resolve, right?
I've been trying not to think about it.
No one's here. You ready to do that?
I suppose.
You bring those the things I gave you back in the mountain?
She nods and kind of adjusts her small, like purse-like satchel awkwardly, and kind of goes back to how you're more used to her, kind of fidgety and clamming up. But she does appear to have brought what you asked of her.
I want to try something. It's gonna be a little rough, a little uncomfortable, but I think it should help.
Nothing I'm not used to.
I know. Here, just give me like a few minutes. I'll set some shit up. You relax. Do what you can, like clear your mind. Yeah?
I'll try.
Okay. And then I will set up for a cast of ceremony. I think there would be a lot of I would have at least 3 bowls of water, within which I would have her place each of these objects, because I believe there were 3 of them. And then throughout the hour that I'm casting that with her, I would have her, I would, if she's willing, guide her through praying aloud, while resting her hand in the water on these objects. And I would like to cast ceremony for the atonement effect.
Make me an insight check.
I will use a luck point to do this at advantage.
Okay.
Which I guess I didn't need to do, because that is 2 16s plus 7, so 23.
You walk her through the ceremony, and she follows the steps, although you notice she does struggle slightly at fully properly repenting for what she actually did, but she does seem earnest at never intending to do something like that again. And for what it's worth, does seem to genuinely regret that it resulted in a desecration, even without her being cursed in the process. So while she may not necessarily feel a sense of remorse for the lives, she does feel a sense of remorse for the effect doing so had, even beyond how it affected her. And if nothing else, that seems to count for something in the eyes of your deity. As the ceremony is completed, it's small. You almost don't catch it immediately, but you can see small gnats and flies gathering around both of your wrists, forming almost bracelets of swarming insects. Regina kind of visibly like flinching and shuddering, but continuing to follow through with the ritual.
I think when she does that, I kind of like shift and like almost force her to have eye contact with me, and like kind of like with my body language, kind of like guide her towards recentering and like continuing.
She locks eyes with you and swallows, and if nothing else, that does seem to calm her down significantly, and she continues following the ritual. While she does not indicate a willingness to convert in any way, as you had hoped, she does make her remorse for the desecration itself clear. And while she does seem to somewhat undervalue the lives of her former party members, she does acknowledge that the desecration itself was amoral. And as the small bracelets of gnats and flies almost tighten around your wrists, as you complete the ceremony, the insects part. And by all measure, you can tell, Utaka, the ceremony is completed successfully.
How does she look at this point?
She kind of looks down at the ground, seeming almost uncertain of what to do next. She stares at her hands, and you can see small, very small, they don't seem painful, but just small bites and welts around the wrist where the flies and gnats had been. She seems distant and uncertain, but as she waits in place, she turns her gaze back up to you, and her eyes very slightly misted. Do you think it worked?
I think that was part of it. I think you had to do that first.
She puts her fingers together and kind of looking down at her hands, shakes her head, and
Let me finish it.
she looks back up to you and, okay.
All right. And I will take one of her hands within both of mine, and now I would like to cast Remove Curse.
Make me a... I'll tell you what, make me a religion check with advantage.
That is a 14.
Okay. As you take her hand, you begin to pray. Similar to when you had done a similar process during the trip to Salemo. You close your eyes, and when you open them, you find yourself in Vermin Hollow. Ninkalim, the halfling Hyborian deity of vermin, sits across from you, his rat tail swishing the stones beneath his feet as his arms are crossed as he watches you. He doesn't seem stern or angry, more just curious. And as
Do I
he,
still see her, or has she faded away?
she has faded, but Ninkalim simply looks at you for a long moment before. I'll ask you the same question now that I asked you then. Do you think she deserves to be free?
I think he kind of falls silent there for a moment, as he shifts, because I think he was kind of sitting sort of cross-legged, but he will shift instead onto his knees. I don't know. I think she did what she can. I don't know if she can do more.
He thinks for a moment, and I do think, given time, she could, but where you're going, things are going to be dangerous. And I worry that even with what I've done for her, she may not survive to perform the selfless act I had sought of her originally. Which is why I instead defer to your judgment, Utaka. She has repented for her desecration of my church. And while she does not repent for the lives she took, far be it from me to begrudge the taking of lives in the name of one's own survival.
His lips kind of peel away from. It's not really a. It's almost neither smile nor grimace, more like just like acknowledgement.
His tail kind of swishes around his legs in thought as he looks up to the dark, stretching ceiling of Vermin Hollow, and she repents for her actions, if not for those who died in the process. I agree. I suspect she maybe never would.
I ain't crying for the people I killed.
And that is not something I ask of my worshippers. Death is natural. It's greed that I can't stand. But
How can you stand me?
you're selfish, but you aren't greedy. It's a thin line, but one you tread with care. He looks to the side, and your view changes to be the inside of the house. Regina stooped, and you can actually see yourself holding her hand, almost this single moment suspended in front of you as he looks the woman over. And do you think if your life was in danger and she had to endanger her own to save you, she would do it?
I think she might, but not for that reason. I think she'd do it. It'd be a bit selfish.
Well, selfishness, when properly used, is not an evil. All people are selfish. All creatures are. To be selfish and to be kind are not mutual exclusives. They must simply be moderated. He looks to Regina and stares for a long moment. I cursed this woman not because of what she did for her survival. I cursed her because of her insult to me. She tainted a place that was meant to be safe for all because she prized her own life and comfort over the lives of others and the dignity of my worship. I do not begrudge her the lives lost, nor do I begrudge her the evils done in hunger and pain. He turns his attention finally back to you. I am willing to free the woman. If you believe it to be the right course, and you are willing to make me a promise.
Of course.
This woman has learned little from the experience, not as much as I would have hoped.
I tried.
I do not expect her to be converted to my worship. Frankly, I think my church is better off without her. I would ask that if I am to grant her her freedom, you continue to act as something of a guide for her. Perhaps we are right, and she may never truly see the error of what she did. The people she killed were cruel, callous, and selfish in their own right. But my church is meant to be a safe place, and she poisoned that. Clerics of any god, no matter how malicious they may seem to others, are meant to be people of healing, of guidance. You know that, don't you, Utaka?
I think so.
He looks you over and gives a smile. Consider this your first order as an officially ordained minister of my church. Guide this woman to salvation. She need not come to worship me, but I want her to understand what she did, truly understand it. She need not grieve the dead, but she must come to truly value another's life over her own. That is what I had intended for the removal of the curse in the first place, but if you can prove that you can save her, then you have proven to me that you can save anyone, and that you understand who I am and what I intend to do.
He kind of stays quiet at that. I think that there's a lot of processing going on. All right.
Then I ask you one final time, Utaka. Do you think Volucris Regina deserves to have her curse removed?
Yeah.
Very well. He smiles, and you close your eyes, and when you open them again, Regina is back across from you. And your cast of Remove Curse is successful.
Are the physical changes for her immediate?
Indeed, as you watch, the dark spider-like eyes begin to narrow until they are replaced by sparkling green pupils. Her fingernails shorten and dull, and you can see her hunch and grimace a bit as the scorpion tail she keeps beneath her dress hidden is likely fading away. Her body shifts painfully until she has returned to a human form. She coughs, keeping her eyes closed, trying to maintain her focus as requested. But as far as you can tell physically, she is back to normal.
I kind of wait for her to meet my gaze again once she's feeling physically capable of doing anything except grimacing in pain.
It takes her several minutes, but she looks back up to you, and almost of its own accord, her hair gives way to flow free from the ponytail she had kept it in, and loosely in messy, badly kept strands dangles around her head. As she looks to you, her eyes brimming with tears, whether of pain or relief, you don't know. And as she stares at you, she breathes deeply. I'm not hungry anymore.
No. I know.
She takes a deep, shuddering breath and pulls you into a hug and sobs into your shoulder.
He will wrap his arms tightly around her and kind of give her what she seems to need right now. And kind of, I assume this lasts a while.
Yeah, I will say that she eventually cries herself into exhaustion and just leaning against you, passes out completely. She seems fine, just exhausted.
He's probably, honestly, I don't even know if he'd really shift and move her off of him at that point. He might just kind of like I assume they were kind of on the floor in the
Yeah.
bedroom. He might just kind of like shift and like lean back against his bed and just like honestly probably still holding her with her passed out like by the time Israel gets back or something.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, Utaka, as you shift to get comfortable and pass out yourself, you can feel her grip on you tighten ever so slightly, as if in unconscious protest at your movement. But she sleeps for the first time you imagine in a long time, peacefully. Israel and Griaz at Basil's magic items. You are able to retrieve the armors you had requested. And are there any magic item trades or negotiations you would like to make?
I don't think Israel does. All her stuff was done, I think, the first time. So, but she
Okay.
wait for Griaz to do his thing, and she might check out what's available in terms of potions, like healing potions, if he has any.
Griaz, well, I believe you said you had some negotiations in mind.
Yeah, Basil, I got this fancy ass shield that I know is magic, which I think you might maybe give me a bit of a cost off of the armor at least in exchange for that. I also got this glove with knife fingers. It's not necessarily magic, but it seems weird and unique, and maybe something you might like.
I do have.
It's kind of haunting my dreams a little bit, so I don't really have. I mean, it feels like I should be wearing a sweater with it. I don't know. Thought you might like that, and weirdly, I had this really weird straw. It is a loopy straw. There's that. Okay. I have a mundane quarterstaff, which I suppose you could use for kindling. I have this really nice cup. I have a nice chalice for your. You could use the straw with that as a suggestion. I have a smoking needle. Moldy sandwich, you don't want that. Unless, I don't know, are you into that sort? It's fine. I'll put it on the table. Yeah. I'm going to hang on to the serpent tooth and eyeball. I don't know why. I have a potato.
Basil at this point just is laughing. He seems genuinely delighted by some of the things you're offering, whether they're magical or not.
I'm going to keep the gold coin on a string because it feels like it has sentimental value. And that makes me happy for some reason. Yeah. I think that's all the stuff I want to view. We'll hold on to everything else. But yeah, I mean, like I said, the shield's nice. Everything else has like general value to it. You make me an offer, because I honestly do not remember how much I said I was going to pay you in the first place.
He gives a bit of a smile and holds up his hands. He looks over the shield, and several more of him pop out to investigate each item individually. Two of them hold up the shield for a third one to kind of look it up and down, and after about a minute, he looks over the side of the shield to you. You do know this is cursed, yes?
Was not aware. What's the curse? I just knew it was magic. I mean, I don't mess with identifying items or anything like that. But no, I just knew it was magic because some sort of resistance to rage damage or some nonsense like that.
He gives a nod behind you, and you look over your shoulder to see another Basil aiming a small short bow. And as he releases it, the arrow flies 10 feet away from the shield before almost getting pulled towards it and impacting into it directly.
I don't like that. Okay. I mean, it's magic nonetheless. You could probably like remove curse on it or something. I don't know, and then you. Can
I didn't say I didn't. I didn't say I didn't want it. I was simply checking if you were aware it was cursed. I thought maybe you'd want to keep it if it was.
Why would I want a cursed item?
Well, why does anyone want cursed items?
I don't think anyone does want a cursed item, unless you can do something about it. But I figured you are the type of individual who can do something about it with your spells and whatnot, and.
I can remove it, but it's going to cost you. But I'm happy to take it as is.
It's not going to cost me anything because I'm trying to sell it to you. I could probably remove the curse on. Fuck's sake, give it here. I'm gonna remove a curse on it. God damn it! It cost you shit.
He chuckles wildly as you take the curse or take the shield to remove the curse. As you prepare to cast the spell, he nods to you in Israel. All right. I've had my fun. If you're sure I can keep all of this, do you intend to keep the shield or no?
No, I got my own, and he'd get jealous if I tried to replace him. So,
all right. In exchange for the shield, I'll let the interest for your armor purchases go. It's unique, and if I can remove that curse, it probably would sell for pretty silver in and of itself. So, I suppose that's fair if I can keep the shield. And all of these items are rather interesting. Might make for some solid enchantment work if I find the right buyer. And as he picks up the knife glove, he kind of looks it over. perhaps plane or travel, fear spell, perhaps. He kind of like flicks the knife fingers and kind of nods and disappears with it. And Israel, as you look around, you do see a variety of healing potions being sold. One of supreme healing, about 3 of superior healing, and a pretty healthy amount of greater and lesser healing.
Price tags on them.
I have them noted. The supreme healing, there's only one in stock, and the supreme healing potion says that it'll run you somewhere in the ballpark of 10,000. The lowest that it seems like they go is, of course, the regular healing, which sorry, just a moment. The lesser are 50 apiece, greater is 100 apiece, and the superiors look like they're selling for 1,000 each, although as Basil sees you looking them over, one appears behind the potion vials, kind of shaking them lightly, and just, I only have a few in stock, and with adventurers in town, you understand this is the high premier time to be selling healing potions. He kind of looks around, and you feel little hands on your shoulder as another Basil whispers in your ear, Israel, and just, but I'm willing to part with the Supreme for 2,000. I only marked it up so badly because, again, adventurers in town, and I'm one of the best sellers. And the Superior, I'm willing to knock down to 500, but not a silver less.
Okay. I'll take the one superior. Just one for 500.
A Basil promptly picks up the potion and holds it out to you.
And then she'll take greater or 100 apiece, right?
Yeah.
All right, then she's gonna take, I think, 4 more of those.
Okay.
And that'll be it.
All right. So you may add a superior healing potion and 4, you said, potions of greater healing. As you do the exchange with Basil, Griez, you cast Remove Curse on the shield, right?
I did.
Right. Sorry. Okay. All right. Noted. Okay. You remove the curse from the shield of missile attraction. And Basil kind of kicking his legs with a smile, looks the shield over, and I know you said you aren't particularly interested in keeping it. Since you did me the favor of removing the curse for me, he looks over the items. I'm willing to, if you still don't want the shield, I'll take it and give you a magic item in exchange in addition to your armor. Nothing overly fancy, mind you, but something small.
Sure, what'd you have in mind?
Do you have trinkets of a protective nature? Like, say, rings, bracers, gloves.
He gives you a smile. He gives you a smile. Indeed, I do. Protection item for a protection item, I suppose. He goes through his inventory for a while before pulling a light blue and black cloak free. Cloak of protection, basic but functional. He sorts through a few more, and after a bit of hesitation, he pulls a very nice looking heart-shaped amulet free. and sets it on top of the cloak. This will keep you alive in the event you find yourself knocking on death's door and they're about to unlock it. Any one of these, or I can keep looking, but if either of these interest you. So he's so far offered you a cloak of protection or a periaptive wound closure. Although he says he does have more to offer if neither of those strike your fancy.
I'm checking, but Grios is more than welcome to chime in.
Oh no, I mean, this is if Israel has something in mind. I think there's maybe a brooch of shielding, maybe.
No, not quite, because she's really looking for more AC, because it's still not great.
Isn't a brooch of shielding? Isn't it a +1 AC?
But yeah, so she'd go more.
Yeah, I think brooch of shielding is a +1 to AC, which I think that's what a cloak does anyway.
I know the Bruiser Shield gives you resistance to force damage and immunity to magic missile.
Ah, okay.
Unlike the previous iterations where it just cast shield for you, which was better.
Yeah, valid.
Whatever.
Sorry.
That's just me being salty about the changes from 3rd edition to 5th edition. Don't worry about it. Some things were better.
Do you want to bring up to Basil that you're looking for something specifically for your protection? As long as Griaz is willing to help with the deal on your behalf.
Yeah, something to armor that isn't armor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. He thinks for a moment and... I don't suppose, he looks to you, Israel, I don't suppose you know how to use a shield.
No. And even if I did, I use a bow. Kind of need both my hands.
And I'd offer you the cloak, but it seems you've already got a rather nice one, more unique. Nodding to your chameleon cloak. This is indeed challenging.
You have bracers of defense. Those might be too fancy.
Yeah,
those are too nice.
Yeah.
What happened to the +1 versions? That's what I want to know. You know.
He has it.
But she doesn't linger on the periapt. She's like.
Yeah, he holds up the amulet and says, "This won't conflict with anything you already have, and it may not defend you, but it'll keep you alive if your defenses are pierced."
Considering with how often I find myself on death's door, and she looks to Griaz like, you know this. I've at least nearly died at least a few times in your presence, and a few times that he wasn't present for. So, she.
Small handful, yeah.
If you don't mind, I would like that.
Of course, you're some of my favorite customers. You're fun. And he holds out the periaptive wound closure for you.
Cool.
All right. Well, that's enough wheeling and dealing. If there's anything you actually want to buy, I'm going to be in town for a while. Don't worry, the markups won't apply to you, but I don't intend to sell a magic item for less than its market value just because I like you.
Just the armor. What was the cost of that again?
Well, the cost is irrelevant because you paid it off now.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you gave him you helped him enchant an item and gave him an item of roughly equal value. So
That's
he's
okay.
In addition to all the miscellaneous junk you gave him. So, and he seems to like collecting things like that. So
hey, there was a moldy sandwich. Don't call that junk.
Right, the treasure.
I gave him a potato.
You're gonna find out that potato was
the potato of eternal.
Hey, we checked.
If it was a potato of endless refreshment, it would literally be like the peasant's miracle potato of I'll never die.
We didn't detect poisons, though.
We've saved all of Ireland.
All right. Yeah, so both of you get the armors you requested, and Israel, in addition, you get a periaptive wound closure. With that, is there any final errands you guys have during your stay in Veilbright for the festival?
I do, but I'll do it next week.
Okay. Ivron, Mistra shows up occasionally to have more days on the town to enjoy the festival with you. Um, and Griez, as you're preparing to go have drinks with Captain Buckler, um, Dr. Ulysses actually sends you a letter indicating that if you're available, they also would not mind having drinks with you. Doesn't have to be today, just whenever. Um, uh, and so, a few days into the festival now, Utaka has finally cleansed Volucris Regina of her curse, although she still must seek penance to be truly free from Ninkalim's eye. Ivron and Mistra enjoy more days out on the town. Geharis spends time resting and recouping. And Israel and Griaz, you wheel and deal, acquire some new magic items, and Griaz, it seems like you'll have a fun night at Quincy's. Um, that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Next week, you guys will finish your stay in Veilbright before leaving and finding out just how dire things in the outside world are right now as you ready to make your way to the Black Swamp to cleanse Griez's homeland.
All right, I'll go last. So whoever wants to say the cool projects that they're in, or what they'd like people to look at, or, you know, who they are, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kari. You can only find me here on the two projects that I'm currently on, which is this, Goldshine Investigations, or Shards of, not Shards of Narian's Rest, the other one that will be coming back eventually, sometime soon, on Tuesdays. See me there. I don't exist anywhere else. Don't look for me or anything, but it's always fun playing for you guys here. So have a good one.
I'll go. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't the party, and the party was awesome. If you want to see more of my DMing chops, check out the Odd Tornado Productions YouTube and Twitch channels for my Tuesday game of Black Ink and Blue Blood, a politically driven campaign where the party's going through Geharis and Ivron's homeland. They're currently in the Underdark right below the Barrodel, adventuring with Ivron's daughter. Just about to reach a city after almost a week straight being in the desert. So they're looking forward to actual civilization that isn't each other. If you want to see more of my general writing, when crits and player dice don't change the direction of the story, check out my webcomic Undercommon on Webtoon and Tapas, also taking place in the same campaign setting, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. Other than that, if you want to see more stuff from people I get to work with, check out Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, where we have links to all of our stuff. It's great. And yeah, that's it for me. Shirt.
Hi everybody, I'm Derek Sword. If you want to find me in my projects, the best place is Twitter at dsword16. Tomorrow morning, technically, EST, at 11 a.m., Graham and I will be over on the Eviscerates channel for Ghost Echo Rides Again. It is a mothership game, which was originally one shot, and now we got a sequel. Let's see if we survive this one. Also tomorrow on the Eviscerates channel at 6 p.m. Eastern, I am DMing once again Horizon's Call. It's a homebrew world of Damaros, which is an oceanic world. It's an oceanic campaign of piracy and high seas adventure and all that kind of stuff. So check that out. And then we're taking a break from that. So next Saturday, I'll be running a one-shot, which is dinosaur racing using 5e. So you can check that out 6 p.m. Next week as well. I am also on Graham's channel here every other Tuesday. I believe next Tuesday, maybe the one after that. We'll see. For Shards of Anarian, where I play a Knoll Ranger named Furban. And if you couldn't tell from the bugbear and the Knoll, but I do love monsters, and I am the co-host of the podcast Monster Crush, so you can check that out wherever podcasts are found. My co-host Heavily and I talk about different cryptids and creatures and their history, and also whether they be going on a date. So if you think Mothman deserves a smooch, check out Monster Crush wherever podcasts are found. I think that is everything for me. Thank you.
Hi guys, I was, and still am, Pharaoh. I played Utaka today, the cleric, extra cleric-y today. You can find me here every Friday. You can also find me every other Tuesday, including this coming Tuesday, on this channel at Graham Crackers for a Graham Crackers original production of Shards of Anarian, where Graham and Griaz will be sharing the screen. I believe that takes place at 8 EST, 8 p.m. EST. So you can find us there. I will be playing Sindra Sautermain, a gruff Leonin warlock paladin. And otherwise, you can find me on Twitter, which is linked in the chat. And I look forward to seeing y'all next time.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. My name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing with these wonderful individuals once again as the Protector Asmar, Oath of Devotion Paladin, Ivron Blackmont. You can't find me anywhere else other than Twitter, but I don't really update that. I've been pretty busy lately. But I do hope that you enjoyed what you saw tonight. And last but not least, Mr. Graham.
Why, thank you, Jeremy. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. If it's your first time coming to the channel, welcome. If you're a return guest, welcome again. Today I had the luxury of playing Geharis Nerthos Blackmont, the Tiefling Oath of Conquest Paladin. If you like seeing some of my stuff, I say I love you, and I give a lot of positive reinforcement on my Twitter, which is linked in the chat. Otherwise, you can find me in a whole slew of games. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., I will be on the Eva Serates resuming my role as Z, the android, on the Mothership game. Outside of that, on the 29th, you can find me on Favorge Academy, where I will be playing in a one-shot, where, you know, maybe I'm playing a 7 Charisma Wizard, which will be a delight. Outside of that, you can find me every Friday here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. You can find me DMing every Tuesday at 7:30 and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard for Shards of Anarian and Anarian's Rest, in which I torture a whole bunch of my friends, because I get to DM. Outside of that, tomorrow, also at 9 Eastern Standard p.m., I will be playing in a one-shot DM'd by Paladin Hulk on Polished Cryptids channel. We've got a whole bunch of Australians. We've got a whole bunch of people from all over the world. And they have let me loose to do what I want. They don't know what they're in for. So tune into that. And if you're looking for more D&D, or if you are looking for games to get into, don't hesitate to message me on Twitter, and I will send you an invite to our community, where there are loads of DMs looking for players of all time slots. Until next time, bye, Intrepid Heroes. We'll see you on the next quest. We're not gonna raid anyone, because I'm lazy. Maybe next time. Bye, everyone. We love you,
Bye-bye.
and we'll be back soon.